Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. We'll go ahead and call our meeting to order. It is Tuesday and 5:02 p.m. We will call our meeting to order. It is Tuesday, May 26, 2026, for our regularly scheduled board meeting. So good afternoon. Good to see you all. Hope everyone had a great holiday weekend. Lots of fun happening in May, especially with all the graduations. Hopefully we've had some time to recover from graduations as well. Board members, great to see you all. Dr. Stubblefield, Mr. Goheen, to all of our staff present in person and online, welcome. Good to see you. And to all of our guests that are here, great to see you all. Welcome. As we do at every board meeting, we'll read our board norms and protocols. We agree to respect differences of opinions in making decisions for the district, to follow best practices in managing the superintendent and the management of the board itself, to stay on task when conducting business for the district, including while at board meetings, to never surprise the superintendent or each other when conducting official business of the district, to read these norms at the beginning of each board meeting and at board workshops as a reminder of how to conduct our meetings, and to continually self-check to determine if we're following our norms when conducting district business. Again, welcome. Great to see you all. And if you do, just a reminder, if anyone needs an interpreter for today's meeting, we do have language interpreters in Spanish and in other languages. Please let one of our staff members know, and we'll make sure to have interpretation available for you today. Si usted o alguien necesita interpretación para la reunión hoy día, por favor déjenos saber y les podemos ayudar con intérpretes en esta tarde. Solo déjenos saber y les podemos apoyar con un intérprete en esta reunión. With that, Ms. Downing, would you please do a roll call?
Wanda Brownlee Page.
Wanda Brownlee Page, present.
Yolanda Clark.
Yolanda Clark, present.
Randy Lopez.
Randy Lopez, present.
Robert Milan Jr.
Robert Milan Jr., present.
Pamela Penn Hicks.
Pamela Penn Hicks, present.
Joycelyn Strickland Egan's.
Joycelyn Strickland Egan's, present.
And Dr. Nguyen.
Nguyen, present.
Great, thank you, Board. Board, before we approve the agenda, a couple of amendments, if you will. I would request to add an executive session before we go to the consent agenda. So after community comment, I'm asking to add an executive session on personnel. And then additionally, I am asking to add an executive session under item 9, would become 9E, also a personnel executive session. So adding 2 executive sessions, one before consent agenda on personnel and one at the end of the meeting after the attorney-client executive session.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any questions or further discussion? Hearing none. Ms. Downing?
Wanda Brownlee Page.
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Yolanda Clark.
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Randy Lopez.
Randy Lopez, yes.
Robert Milan Jr.
Robert Milan Jr., yes.
Pamela Penn Hicks.
Pamela Penn Hicks, yes.
Joycelyn Strickland Egan's.
Joycelyn Strickland Egan's, yes.
And Dr. Nguyen.
Dr. Nguyen, yes.
Thank you, Board. Now, is there a motion to approve today's amended agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any questions or discussion? Ms. Downing?
Wanda Brownlee Page.
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Yolanda Clark.
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Randy Lopez.
Randy Lopez, yes.
Robert Milan Jr.
Robert Milan Jr., yes.
Pamela Penn Hicks.
Pamela Penn Hicks, yes.
Joycelyn Strickland Egan's.
Joycelyn Strickland Egan's, yes.
And Dr. Nguyen.
Dr. Nguyen, yes.
Thank you, Board. All right, we will jump right into agenda item 2 as we get to celebrate our employees of the month. Dr. Jones and Mr. Legler are with us this afternoon, and they will help us recognize our employees of the month. Good afternoon, Dr. Jones.
Good afternoon, President Lopez, Vice President Brownlee Page, and to all of the Board of Education, and to Dr. Stubblefield. I'm so happy to bring to you the final employees of the month for this school year, and we will be recognizing, I'm sorry, I don't know why that's there. We'll be recognizing our classified and our certified employees. We're going to begin with our classified employee of the month, Ms. Denise Scott, Principal Secretary at Rosedale Middle School.
There she is.
No, Denise.
Where she at?
Come on.
Yay.
Yeah.
Come on down.
Ms. Scott,
Come on down.
Ms. Scott was nominated by Bridget Galbraith. And if you'll please have a,
All right.
You got it.
You got it.
she makes her way to the stairs, to the stage.
Right there, yeah.
That's right, we need you front and center. Step
Come right on up. Step right on up.
and turn around.
There
There
you
we
go.
go.
Now you turn around.
There we go. Turn this
around
way.
in here. We see you now.
There we go. Miss Denise Scott is the principal secretary at Rosedale Middle School. She is recognized for her exceptional compassion, empathy, and professionalism while de-escalating a challenging situation with an upset parent.
Escalate.
Through active listening, understanding, and thoughtful communication, Ms. Scott helped guide the conversation toward a positive resolution while supporting both the parent and the school staff. Her calm and caring approach reflects the very best of KCKPS. I present to you our classified Employee of the Month, Ms. Denise Scott.
Good job. All right. You good.
That was the best entrance so far, you all.
Yeah, oh,
Save the
yeah.
best for last.
It's tough to beat now.
Ready for that dramatic pause. I love it. Our certified Employee of the Month is Monique James, health science teacher at Wyandotte High School. Nominated by Curtisha Verge,
Congratulations.
Ms. James is recognized for her unwavering dedication to student success. Ms. James goes above and beyond to provide meaningful healthcare career experiences through partnerships with the University of Kansas Health System and Vibrant Health. During the displacement of Wyandotte High School following the building fire, she worked tirelessly to ensure students could continue participating in internship opportunities without interruption. Her resilience, innovation, and commitment to students make her truly deserving of this recognition. We present to you the Certified Employee of the Month, Ms. Monique James.
All right.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Jones. Mr. Legler, congratulations. And employees, please don't go anywhere just yet. We will take a quick recess to take a photo with you and your families and your team if they are here. But before we get to that, we do have a special recognition and proclamation that will be read today by Ms. Carrie Carpenter of the district, who also leads our Enough is Enough initiative here at the school district, our anti-violence, violence prevention, and substance misuse prevention work. They've been doing some amazing work with students and in our community for many years, and Ms. Carpenter is here to share a proclamation. And board, after she reads the proclamation, I would ask if there's a motion of the board to adopt the proclamation for Gun Violence Awareness Day, which will be the first Friday in June. And before, Ms. Carpenter, you start, we do just want to recognize that our district has been impacted over many years and very recently around gun violence issues in this community. And our hearts continue to go out and pour out to those students and those families who were impacted directly and indirectly, to all of our schools in this entire Kansas City, Kansas community. We know it has been a very difficult time for many in our family in those schools that were directly impacted, graduation week as well. Our hearts continue to go out to you. So this is especially meaningful. I think it's meaningful at any time of the year and the entire year, but I feel it has some greater significance and weight today. Ms. Brownlee Page and I were just talking earlier today about making sure that we continue to create awareness and as a district and as a community and as families raise awareness and step up and help curb the violence that is impacting so many of our families and students across the metro, not just here in Kansas City, Kansas, but comes with more significance and weight, I think. So, Ms. Carpenter, thank you so much for joining us.
Absolutely, thank you. Good afternoon, Board President, Mr. Lopez, Vice President, Ms. Brownlee Page, Superintendent Dr. Stubblefield, and distinguished members of the board. As Mr. Lopez said, my name's Carrie Carpenter, and I serve as the Prevention and Resilience Coordinator here in KCKPS. As a part of this role, I oversee the Enough is Enough Resilience Initiative, which works to increase prevention and awareness surrounding substance use, gun violence, and mental health. Through this initiative, our Student Advisory Council leads student-driven campaigns that bring awareness to these important issues throughout our schools and community. Today, I'm honored to present this proclamation to the board for consideration and approval, recognizing our district's commitment to standing against gun violence and supporting efforts to create safer environments for all students, staff, families, and community members. This proclamation declares the first Friday in June to be National Gun Violence Awareness Day in the School District of Kansas City, Kansas Public Schools to honor and remember all victims and survivors of gun violence and to declare that we as a country must do more to end this public health crisis. Whereas every day, nearly 130 people in the United States are killed by gun violence and more than 200 are shot and wounded, with an average of more than 19,000 gun homicides every year. And whereas people in the United States are 26 times more likely to die by gun homicide than people in other high-income countries. And whereas Kansas has 482 gun deaths every year, with a rate of 16.5 deaths per 100,000 people, a crisis that costs the state $5.7 billion each year, of which $95.1 million is paid by taxpayers. Kansas has the 19th highest rate of gun deaths in the United States. And as whereas gun homicides and assaults are concentrated in cities, with more than half of all gun homicides in the nation occurring in 42 cities. And whereas cities across the nation, including in Kansas City, Kansas, are working to end the senseless gun violence with evidence-based solutions. And whereas protecting public safety in the communities they serve as the school board's highest responsibility. And whereas support for the Second Amendment rights of law-abiding citizens goes hand in hand with keeping guns away from those who are in danger to themselves or others, and whereas the school board, district staff, and KCKPS law enforcement officers, in partnership with local violence intervention activists and resources, know their communities best and the most familiar with local criminal activity and how to address it, and are best positioned to understand how to keep their citizens safe. And whereas gun violence prevention is more important than ever, as we see gun violence continue to impact communities across the country. Whereas in January 13th, Hadia Pendleton was tragically shot and killed at age 15. And on June 5th, 2026, to recognize the 29th birthday of her, born June 2nd, 1997, people across the United States will recognize National Gun Violence Awareness Day and wear orange in tribute to Hadia Pendleton and other victims of gun violence. And the loved ones of those victims. And whereas the idea was inspired by a group of Hadia's friends who asked their classmates to commemorate her life by wearing orange, they chose this color because hunters wear orange to announce themselves and to other hunters when out of the woods, and orange is the color that symbolizes the value of human life. And whereas anyone can join this campaign by pledging to wear orange on June 5th, the first Friday in June 2026, to help raise awareness about gun violence, and whereas by wearing orange on June 5th, 2026, people across the United States will raise awareness about gun violence and honor the lives of gun violence victims and survivors. And whereas we renew our commitment to reduce gun violence and pledge to do all we can to keep firearms out of the hands of people who should not have access to them, and encourage responsible gun ownership to help keep our families and communities safe. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the USD 500 School Board of Kansas City, Kansas Public Schools declares the first Friday in June, June 5th, 2026, to be National Gun Violence Awareness Day. All district staff and patrons are encouraged to support their local communities' efforts to prevent the tragic impacts of gun violence and to save lives.
Thank you, Ms. Carpenter. I would certainly Open the floor and entertain a motion that the Kansas City, Kansas Board of Education approve the first Friday of June, June 5th, 2026, as the National Gun Violence Awareness Day, as submitted by Dr. Lucero, Ms. Carpenter, and is recommended by Dr. Anna Stubblefield.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any questions or further discussion?
Mr. Lopez,
Yes, Ms. Clark.
my only question is around staff that are, that wear uniforms. So we just may want to think about what that means for them since that is a workday.
Thank you, Ms. Clark. We will make sure we note that. Any other questions or discussion?
I just want to encourage this program to be sure to talk about this frequently with our young people. The more they hear it, I think the more it'll impact them, especially when it comes so close to home, as it has for us this year. And I thank you for your efforts.
Absolutely, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Penn Hicks. Any additional questions or comments? Hearing none. Ms. Downing?
Wanda Brownlee Page.
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Yolanda Clark.
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Randy Lopez.
Randy Lopez, yes.
Robert Milan Jr.
Robert Milam Jr., yes.
Pamela Penn Hicks.
Pamela Penn Hicks, yes.
Joycelyn Strickland Egan's.
Joycelyn Strickland Egan's, yes.
And Dr. Nguyen.
Dr. Nguyen, yes.
Thank you, Board. Thank you, Ms. Carpenter.
Thank you.
And in a moment to recognize all of those victims of gun violence and those that we've lost in our district this year, I would ask for a brief moment of silence so we can honor and think about our scholars and our families and our community. Thank you. All right. In this moment, we'll take a brief recess so we can take a couple of quick photos with our employees of the month as we celebrate them today. So if our employees and their families and staff who want to take a photo with us, come on up and we will reconvene here in a few minutes. Thank you. righty. Thank you for allowing us a quick moment. Congratulations to our employees of the month, to your families, and to your entire team. We hope you enjoy an excellent summer. We're going to continue with our agenda board. Next on our agenda, we are on item 3, community comment. As a reminder, everyone is welcome to give comment. Please just sign up with the board clerk the Monday at noon before the board meeting. When holidays do occur, we do allow some flexibility for that, just like this week. As a reminder, you will start by giving your name. You will have 3 minutes. Your time will start after you begin speaking. I will let you know when you have around 60 seconds, 45 seconds, or 30 seconds. I'll try not to interrupt you, but I'll let you know when your time is running down. And then I'll let you know when your 3 minutes is up. You'll please finish your statement. And then we will move forward. A member of our leadership team may reach out to you if there is some follow-up to happen, and we'll report back to the board any follow-up that did occur. As a reminder, this is a one-way communication. You are communicating to the full board. We will not interact or ask questions. Instead, we will follow up at a later time via the leadership team. And then, just as a reminder, please be respectful of your comments, and you should not mention any specific names of personnel and/or students as you are making comments. Comments should be made around agenda items and policy issues and general issues around the school district as a whole. Right. So first on our agenda, and I apologize if I mispronounce anyone's names as we move forward. So first on our agenda, I would invite up Emily Hirsch to the podium. Is Emily here? Okay, I don't see Emily coming forward. Next on our agenda, would invite Courtney Richardson. Yes, thank you.
Good evening. My name is Courtney Richardson, and I'm an instructional coach at Schlegel High School. I'm a Wyandotte County native, and this community is personal to me. I was advised by many people to not speak tonight because this district has a reputation for blacklisted employees who speak up, but I refuse to fear silence for myself or others when decisions are being made that directly affect my career and my family, and I hope that by advocating for myself tonight, this does not exclude me from future opportunities within this district or from having a seat at the table. Being an effective instructional coach depends on trust, consistency, and the credibility that we cultivate in our buildings. At Schlegel, our instructional coach team has made measurable strides in cultivating relationships, restructuring PLCs, and transforming professional learning into engaging experiences for our teachers. We have also made significant improvements with our school improvement plan and overall standing with KSDE. So my question is, if meaningful progress is happening, why would we dismantle the systems and relationships that are contributing to that success? As coaches, we encourage administrators to provide teachers with voice, choice, collaboration, and transparency because people are far more invested in change when they are included in the process. Yet, the coaches themselves were given no choice, no voice, and no opportunity for meaningful discussion, replacing our placements for the next year, which brings me to a word that sometimes this district seems uncomfortable with, and that's accountability. At some point, difficult conversations must happen with the individuals and systems that are creating problems instead of rearranging people every few years and just calling it change. KCKPS has developed a reputation for constantly shifting leadership and personnel without addressing the root issues. How can schools ever establish stability, trust, positive culture, or sustain growth when leadership changes every few years? This weekend, I was at my kids' soccer game, and a soccer mom who's an educator in a neighboring district asked me, "What is going on in KCK? Why would they do y'all like that?" And she encouraged me to consider coming to work in her school district where employees are treated as valued professionals. How embarrassing. Today is bigger than just a new instructional coach placement. This is about a culture of exhaustion, a culture where employees feel overlooked, unheard, and undervalued while being expected to bear the emotional and professional weight of this district. If decisions continue to be made without inviting educators to the table, it should not surprise anyone in this district when they experience another mass exodus in the coming year. People stay where they feel valued, respected, heard, and supported. They leave places where they do not. So thank you for choosing to delay this move, and I urge you to consider that moving people is more than just changing a location on a spreadsheet. In real life, these decisions affect our livelihoods, our families, our routines, and our stability. And the reality is many educators in this district are already stretched thin. We are asked to continuously adapt, sacrifice, and absorb these major changes while feeling underpaid and overlooked. At some point, people stop quietly accepting things and loudly advocating for themselves. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Mr. Lopez,
Yes.
does she have a written copy to give us all?
Ms. Richardson, if you would be agreeable to sending, you can email a copy of your comments or leave them with Ms. Downing before you leave, and then we'll make sure the full board gets a copy of your comments tonight. Thank you so much. Next, would invite Jen Hill.
Good evening, Superintendent Stubblefield and members of the Board of Education. My name is Jen Hill. I'm a 31-year veteran educator, and for 20 of my 21 years in the KCKPS district, I've proudly taught and coached in the J.C. Harmon cluster. I'm standing before you tonight to speak in resolute opposition to the proposed changes to the instructional coaching team. First, thank you for listening to our collective voice and deciding to pause this restructuring. It was a necessary first step toward restoring the trust that was so deeply broken last week. However, we must be honest. A pause on a calendar does not erase systemic flaws. It does not automatically repair the operational trust that fractured when this directive was issued. This overhaul was designed in a complete vacuum, entirely bypassing building principals and frontline coaches. In my 31 years, I have never seen a life-altering structural change handed down with a mere 8 days remaining on a contract window. To pass this down at the absolute 11th hour feels less like strategic collaboration and more like an attempt to outrun our ability to object. As coaches, we cannot simply execute an outsourced directive because our profession does not operate on compliance. It operates on connection. At its core, our efficacy is driven by relational trust. Trust isn't built through an email or from a central office. Trust is built in the hallways at 7 a.m., in quiet classrooms during planning periods, and in the shared struggles of our daily experiences. Without that daily work, the title coach becomes an empty label. You cannot move a school's culture from a distance. If we want to talk strategy, I could cite volumes of peer-reviewed research proving that a building-based approach offers the highest rate of return on student achievement. But tonight is not the time to debate statistics from a podium. I look forward to discussing these facts when we have a seat at the table. I urge this board to turn this temporary pause into a permanent commitment to collaborative leadership. Let's sit down together to design a path forward that protects building-centered coaching, that respects the science of our profession, and that includes the frontline experts so we are never again subjected to a culture of exclusion. Let's build a model that truly honors the students and teachers of Kansas City, Kansas public schools. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Hill. Ms. Hill, if you would be agreeable, similar to the request to Ms. Richardson, if you wouldn't mind emailing your comments to Ms. Downing, and we can make sure that all the board members receive that if you are okay with that. Thank you. Next would invite up Alexandra Marksberry to the podium.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Members of the Board of Education. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak this evening. I stand before you today to ask that I remain at Schlegel High School as the only bilingual counselor. I also stand before you on behalf of the nearly 70 students, that is almost 10% of our school population. And I ask that you consider that those students stand to lose if the relationship and support system we have built are disrupted. For the past 3 years, Schlegel has become more than just my workplace. It has become my community. As a bilingual counselor, I have had the privilege to support students and families who often face language barriers, cultural barriers, and challenges that can make navigating school overwhelming. For many families, being able to communicate in their native language makes the difference between feeling disconnected and feeling truly included in their child's education. When I arrived at Schlegel, I saw students who needed a stronger sense of belonging and support. That is why I created Animo. What started as a small group has now grown into a community of nearly 70 students across all grade levels. Animo became more than a club. It became a family. It became a place where students feel safe, supported, proud of their culture, and connected to school. Through Animo, our student partnered with HDF, and we raised $2,500, which became $5,000 in scholarship funds for Hispanic students. We also secured a $10,000 grant that allow us to provide opportunities to many of our students with no otherwise experience. We purchased prizes, created Animo t-shirts that students proudly wear throughout the school, and funded field trips and leadership experiences that help students feel connected and valued. I've also worked closely with Mr. Mustafa, supporting students in Beast Fest and DM in the first year. One Hispanic student earned first place at Beast Fest last year, and 2 Hispanic students earned 5th and 6th place this year. And another Hispanic kid, 2nd place in DM. This accomplishment matters because many of these students simply needed someone to encourage them, believe in them, and help them to see their own potential. This is why equity matters. Equity is not just about filling positions. It's about understanding the student needs and ensuring they have access to trusted adults and meaningful support system. Relationship matters. Trust matters. Consistency matters. The work we have built over the past 3 years took time, care, and commitment.
30 seconds.
My concern is that if leaves Schlegel, many of these relationships, programs, and opportunities could be lost. I truly love to work at Schlegel, and I remain deeply committed to our students and family. I respectfully ask you tonight to consider the impact the decision will have on the students who rely on these programs and relationships every day. Thank you so much for your consideration.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Marksberry. Similarly, if you would like to email your remarks to Ms. Downing, Dawn Downing, the board clerk, we can make sure that the full board receives your comments tonight. Thank you. Next, would invite up Ms. Louise Lynch to the podium. And Mr. Torres, can we get a handheld mic for Ms. Lynch tonight? Thank you.
Wow, what an impactful evening already. Good evening to the board and all of the staff here. I am Louise Lynch. I came prepared to say a whole bunch of different things, and now I'm just floored at the courage that this staff has taken to come up here and tell the truth. I would like to encourage them to go to change.org/cleanupusd500 as we ask for transparency, accountability of this district in every format. We support you as the community. What I want to talk about is, well, first let me just say, I originally got involved in this school district issues and family issues because of things that were happening to the immigrant students, like being drugged, like being assaulted, and no accountability, no transparency, no mandated reporting, as we were told that the attorney told them they didn't have to. And that's how I became involved. because our community does matter. Respect and dignity matter. As I continued, people came to me, came to my home, called, looking for help in many different facets that are needed in this community. I agree transparency and accountability are key. I agree that respect and dignity of the students, their families, this community, the staff, the teachers are equally important, and which is why we are calling for a forensic audit. I have spent the last few weeks emailing Mr., oh, I can't say his name, the person that does the CORAs, for many requests in regards to the financial transparencies. Also with the executive director of the foundation. There have been so many violations of CORA, it is not even funny. Ultimately, I got pieces of an outlines of finances that are more than troubling. We've had them reviewed, we've had professionals take a look at them, and I do have packets for all of you to read, and I want to just mention some of them that are just not acceptable.
30 seconds.
There is one that is for a $19,000 tip on the credit card of this district for an Uber ride, for a single Uber ride. Not acceptable. There are flights from here to Dallas that are over $38,000. Not acceptable. There is a payment to our procurement officer, to himself, approved by himself, for over $2,000. And then we wonder why our children have no money. There are parking fees for KCI Airport and other airports in the same day for over $10,000 each.
Ms. Lynch, we're at time.
Okay, just give me just a few seconds here. This is not acceptable. This is outrageous.
Ms. Lynch, we're at time.
Our children need support. Our staff need support.
Ms. Lynch,
And this
we're
cannot
over
go
time.
on. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lynch. Thanks. So they're being handed out. Thank you, Ms. Lynch. We'll make sure everyone gets one.
Yeah, that's what I was doing. Take one to pass it on. Okay, take one to pass it on.
Next, I would invite Ms. Sarah Lynch to the podium.
You get all this stuff from there. Where's all this stuff coming from? You getting this stuff from?
Good evening. Obviously, you know my name, Sarah Lynch. After I'm done speaking, I do have packets for you guys as well on what I'm presenting, though I'm not sure that my printer was able to print enough, so my apologies if you guys have to share. One moment, I'm a bit out of breath.
Take your time. And we'll make sure as you're catching your breath, if you don't have enough copies, we'll make copies for all the board members. Thank you.
So,
Okay, thank you.
So as Mrs. Lynch, I'm good, thanks. As Mrs. Lynch mentioned earlier, we initially became involved in USD 500 for the sake of a few families. A few families grew to more families, and so it goes. And so you guys have seen us at almost every meeting. Recently, some families have requested our assistance in finding summer programs for their children. Because we all want our kids to be enriched, right? Especially over the summer during the lack of school. And in the course of that, it was brought to our attention a particular program that they brought to us and asked us to take a look at because it sounded too good to be true. This program, apparently, it was opened up by a principal in the USD 500. A principal that is currently a principal in the USD 500. And it's not simply a program, but a micro school. Now, you guys probably might be aware of this, but for those who aren't, and the difference between a micro school and a homeschool operation is that a micro school has taken in tuition money. And this micro school not only specifically targets the families of USD 500 and in WICO, but specifically us, but they also are charging, I believe it's 21 grand for tuition. I don't believe it goes without saying that our families do not deserve to be billed for this amount, especially while this person is being paid on the USD 500 payroll. Without naming names, I can tell you that one vice principal and at least 2 administrative people have spoken in support of this person and have voiced their support of their micro school. This micro school has a location in Missouri and on the Kansas side.
30
They've
seconds.
not just spoken in support, but have voiced that this whole thing started because the culture in USD 500 is not culturally supportive and is further culturally insensitive. I would kind of see their point, except that they're bilking everyone for 21 grand and all around not acceptable. I just hope that you guys will listen to your public soon about the matters that are going on in the USD before this gets out of hand. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lynch. Ms. Downing, if you would keep a copy for yourself, and we'll make copies for everyone. And if you can give them, the board members, a copy or email. Thank you. All right. Ms. Russell, good evening, and you are our next comment.
Good evening,
Oh.
maybe. Thought I turned it on. You can just use the regular, okay. Can I still use this? Okay. All right, good evening on this side of the dais, guys.
Hello.
Good evening, board members. My name is Rachel Russell. I'm a Wyandotte County resident, a future homeowner in Wyandotte County, and a district parent. I come before you this evening to briefly speak on 3 items. First, I want to touch on the memorandum of understanding between the district and the Kansas City, Kansas Foundation for Excellence. I understand this item was removed from the agenda after publication, so I'll keep this brief. However, I stand here as a proud supporter, volunteer, and advocate for our district foundation, and I encourage this board to continue supporting this partnership. The foundation plays an important role in strengthening our district by supplementing funding, supporting programs and activities, celebrating students and staff, and investing in opportunities beyond the classroom and within our community that directly benefit our families and scholars. Secondly, I'd like to offer a brief comment regarding the upcoming budget deliberations. Given the continued budget uncertainty at many levels of government, I ask that you consider exceeding revenue neutral this budget cycle. I recognize the ongoing community conversations surrounding property taxes. However, decisions in the opposite direction at this juncture would directly impact families, employees, and communities right here in Wyandotte County, especially our scholars. At a time when residents continue facing rising cost and financial pressures, maintaining stability within our district matters. Exceeding revenue neutral helps provide certainty for employees, especially our largest workforce groups, as they prepare for the upcoming school year. I too understand that these are difficult decisions, but I ask that they be made with both our community and our students in mind. Lastly, I want to end on a positive note. I want to personally commend this board, student services, administration, and everyone involved for what truly a celebratory graduation weekend, for a truly celebratory graduation weekend for our scholars and their families. This year marks the end of nearly a decade of inequitable graduation experiences, and I'm proud our scholars had the opportunity to celebrate this milestone surrounded by family, friends, and community.
30 seconds.
These moments matter. I have not heard concerns from families for the first time in 5 years, and I hope that this speaks to the success of this year's efforts and the additional dollars, so remember that, and the additional dollars that it costs for this experience. There is still work to do, but for this moment, I simply want to share my gratitude and encourage continued investment in experiences that reflect the value and dignity our students and scholars deserve. Thank you for your time, your service, and your consideration this evening.
Thank you, Ms. Russell. Okay, thank you to everyone that gave comment tonight. We will, for those that would like to submit their comments via email to Ms. Dawn Downing, the board clerk, you may do so. You can email her and she'll make sure that we send those out to everyone on the board, to superintendent as well, and to Mr. Goheen, so that we all have copies. Again, someone from the leadership team may reach out to you to follow up if there's any action or questions to follow up on. So again, thank you for joining us. Thank you, Ms. Lynch. Okay, next board, we have an executive session. I would entertain a motion to recess to executive session to discuss matters of non-elected personnel in order to protect the privacy interests of parties involved under the Kansas Open Meetings Act for for 7 minutes, to include Dr. Stubblefield, Mr. Goheen, and Dr. Jones, going in at 5:54 for 7 minutes. Is there a motion to do so?
So move.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Questions? Ms. Downing?
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Randy Lopez,
Randy Lopez, yes.
Robert Milan Jr.,
Robert Milan Jr., yes.
Pamela Penn Hicks,
Pamela Penn Hicks, yes.
Joycelyn Strickland Egan's,
Joycelyn Strickland Egan's, yes.
and Dr. Nguyen.
Ms. Clark, I emailed you a link to the executive session if you would like to use that. Thank you.
Yes, I see it. Thank you.
Hi, Don, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Great, thank you. Motion to return to open session, please. Moved by Ms. Penn Hicks, seconded by Ms. Brownlee Page. Ms. Downing.
Wanda Brownlee Page.
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Yolanda Clark.
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Randy Lopez.
Randy Lopez, yes.
Robert Mylan Jr.
He said yes.
Okay. Pamela Penn Hicks.
Pamela Penn Hicks, yes.
Joycelyn Strickland Egan's.
Joycelyn Strickland Egan's, yes.
And Dr. Nguyen.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion to extend executive session for 10 minutes. Moved by Mr. Mylan, seconded by Dr. Nguyen. Ms. Downing.
Wanda Brownlee Page.
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Yolanda Clark.
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Randy Lopez.
Randy Lopez, yes.
Robert Mylan Jr.
Junior, yes.
Pamela Penn Hicks.
Pamela Penn Hicks, yes.
Joycelyn Strickland Egan's.
Joycelyn Strickland Egan's, yes.
And Dr. Nguyen.
Thank you.
Thanks.
into open session? Moved by Ms. Brownlee Page, seconded by Mr. Mylan. Ms. Downing?
Wanda Brownlee Page.
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Yolanda Clark.
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Randy Lopez.
Randy Lopez, yes.
Robert Mylan Jr.
Robert Mallon Jr., yes. Yes, Mallon Jr.
He said yes.
Okay. Pamela Penn Hicks.
Pamela Penn Hicks, yes.
Joycelyn Strickland Egan's.
Joycelyn Strickland Egan's, yes.
And Dr. Nguyen.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion to extend executive session for 10 minutes. Moved by Dr. Nguyen. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Brownlee Page. Ms. Downing?
Wanda Brownlee Page.
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Yolanda Clark.
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Randy Lopez.
Randy, yes. Randy, yes.
Robert Mylan Jr.
Mallon Jr., yes.
Said yes.
He said yes.
Thank you. Pamela Penn Hicks.
Pamela Penn Hicks, yes.
Joycelyn Strickland Egan's.
Joycelyn Strickland Egan's, yes.
And Dr. Nguyen.
Yes.
Thank you, Don.
Alrighty. Thank you.
there a motion to return to open session, please?
So move.
Moved and seconded. Any questions? Ms. Downing?
Wanda Brownlee Page.
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Yolanda Clark.
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Randy Lopez.
Randy Lopez, yes.
Robert Mylan Jr.
Robert Mylan Jr., yes.
Pamela Penn Hicks.
Pamela Penn Hicks, yes.
Joycelyn Strickland Egan's.
Joycelyn Strickland Egan's, yes.
And Dr. Nguyen.
Win, yes.
Thank you, Board. Okay. Board, we are on agenda item 4, the consent agenda. Board, I am going to set aside items E, J, K, and L. Are there any other items? I just want to make sure folks who had requested that I got those correct.
Let's add H. Just brief.
H, okay. So
F and H or just H?
just H, if I understood correctly, just H. So I have items E, J, K, L, and H. Is that correct?
Yes.
From this end.
Okay.
Don't know.
All right. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda minus items E, J, K, L, and H?
So move.
Second.
Moved and second. Any questions or discussion? All right. Ms. Downing?
Wanda Brownlee Page.
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Yolanda Clark.
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Randy Lopez.
Randy, yes.
Robert Mylan Jr.
Mylan Jr., yes.
Pamela Penn Hicks.
Pamela Penn Hicks, yes.
Joycelyn Strickland Egan's.
Joycelyn Strickland Egan's, yes.
And Dr. Nguyen.
Dr. Win, yes.
Thank you, Board. We're going to start with item K. There was a question on item K. I forget who submitted that
Yeah.
question. Ms. Penn Hicks.
Item K. That is the, my question, when I read it, it was telling me that this program was being offered only at Douglas Elementary School, and that the services were mainly being provided by students with one supervisor being handled. It's for speech pathology services. And I was curious as to, is this a program, and I do see that it's listed as a program, but why only at Douglas? And secondly, why are we exposing our children to services that are not being provided by the supervisor or someone who's qualified in speech pathology?
Thank you for your question. Good evening, Board, President, Vice
Good evening.
President, Board members, Dr. Stubblefield. The KU partnership is, it does include a speech path that is an undergraduate or a graduate, and they offer the clinical practitioner who is a certified SLP to supervise them. It's part of the arrangement. Where it came to Douglas, the SLP leads that we currently have directly hired, they reviewed their staffing, they reviewed the needs, and they determined that Douglas was the place for this partnership to grow. And they serve all of the students in specialized programs, all the students that have SOC services K through 5, and that's how the program was the partnership was developed. You asked
Basically
another-
domiciled, that particular program is only domiciled at Douglas for those specific
Yes,
purposes.
it's only at Douglas. And
We do provide those services to other schools as well, but just not under the auspices of this particular program.
Absolutely. We just don't provide it under the partnership with KU. And so KU reached back out after a successful first year this year, and they asked to continue the partnership. And that's why I'm bringing it back, to continue that partnership.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I have a question.
Yes, Ms. Brownlee Page.
Was it a pilot program, the way it was set up, just to start with them, and then if it's working, you said it's working,
Right.
would they expand it, or it's just?
Yeah,
for
it's
them?
not a pilot program.
Okay.
It really is very similar to when we have other universities that want to have undergrads or graduate students to come get internships.
Okay.
The unique thing about KU is that they provided the supervisor for this, an actual clinical practitioner, which really makes the program even more better for our students because they have a person that they can go to that is certified.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Additional questions on item K? If not, we'll go to item H. there's a question on item H.
I just need an explanation. I couldn't grasp what Everway is.
It's the Everway contract.
Okay, Everway is the vendor that we use to provide our staff with access to the ULS, which is a unique learning system. And they also provide the TTS, it's the text-to-speech accommodation that the state requires. That is the vendor that we use to get all of those services to help our teachers that will then proctor examinations or the DLM or whatever accommodations are needed for state testing.
Okay.
Yes, thank you.
Any additional questions on item H? Okay, if not, we'll move to item E.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Lori.
Okay, so let me just ask a couple generic questions first. Last budget meeting, we received essentially an accounting of budget expenditures to date, either overspent, underspent. When a department exceeds the budget, where do you pull those other funds from?
I can just speak for my budget specifically. So several, if you look at the travel that's on there for me upcoming, all of that is covered because either I'm doing it as, I'm on an advisory board or I'm presenting. So when, and Ms. Downey, if I'm misspeaking, you can say it, we encumber it or we charge it and then the money goes back. And so at the end of the year is typically balanced out because we've received the reimbursements. And so at different times during the year, if I have to book the travel, then we submit the receipt to whomever the conference or the organization, like AASA or USA, they send a check back, then it gets put back in there. Typically, we're being reimbursed. I think similar to like when you all did, when you were on like KSB or NSBA and you were a board member, somebody paid, either if they didn't make their arrangements, you paid for it and then you were reimbursed for your expenses.
So is that a standing policy that is it a standing policy or is it a standing practice that all departments would follow the same procedure?
So I'm speaking like for my situation. In some situations, what was, and Ms. Robinson is coming up, what was budgeted sometimes goes over because of, so say right now, at the beginning of the year, a ticket to Dallas was probably far less than a ticket to Dallas now. So you were looking at the trends and that's how you budgeted. So sometimes they go over and as long as they're not over in their overall budget, they have to shift something else, then it's not an issue. So as long as their bottom line is not negative, they can navigate within that, and then they make adjustments for the upcoming year based off trends or things that may have occurred. But honestly, I don't know policy, but practice, I mean, I don't know if it's a specific policy to speak like, hey, if this line is over. In general, similar to your budget, if you look at the BOE budget, there may be lines that you are over, but your bottom line, you're not over. So then it comes back into alignment. And then the next year you look at where you are and you make the adjustments or you back off of stuff based off of your budget. Yeah.
So I guess my question is I don't know, you do the work, then we get either the opinion from legal. Does it need to be a written policy? It's a kind of a general practice, but help me.
Okay.
He'll toss it to you in a minute. He's not saying anything.
Good evening, President Lopez and Vice President Brownlee Page.
Good evening.
And board members. To speak to what you have before you, it was presented dollars in terms of what the budget was and the actuals at a given point, date, and time for the travel.
Correct.
when you actually examine the entire budget, there are other line items that are included in that budget. And as superintendent has expressed, some may be over in one area and under in another area. We have a caveat within our accounting system that you can do a budget transfer that says, I budgeted this amount right here. Well, maybe I put too much in supplies and didn't put enough in travel. I can move my budget from one section to the other. That's a caveat that our administrators can utilize
For
to maintain.
all categories, not just travel.
Not
Yes.
just travel,
Gotcha.
yes. I'm just
Okay.
using that because that is the current example.
Correct.
So in terms of that, at the end of everything, over, under, we just don't want to be over what we have
Okay.
planned to budget for to expend.
So that's a general practice.
That is a general practice, yes, ma'am.
And then I guess I'm going to ask you a question you must answer. Is it a policy or is it a practice that we don't go over that bottom line? What happens if you go over that bottom line? I mean, you exceed your budget.
If any responsibility exceeds their budget, overall, we would look at the overall funds of the district to make sure that everything is covered at that point for certainty.
And
Within the
just if
funds.
you look at some budgets historically, unfortunately, they typically go over like nutritional services, transportation, because those are typically spaces where while you budget, you can't predict like what actually will happen with the cost of gas or food or those sorts of things. And historically, that's where, you have to look at that. In other cases, another area, if you look at like operations, and if you looked at when we had the fires, those things weren't budgeted. We have to pay for them up front. Then you have to wait on the insurance company. So it may cause those budgets to go over overall. So in
Things
general,
happen that you
yes.
can't anticipate.
And so that's why the way that it is, like, as an individual person over your department budget, you're watching your overall budget. Most of us would know, like, hey, this, based off of these things, it looks like we're going to be over. But that's when they're having conversations with Ms. Robinson and her team, and there's planning and there are adjustments made in other budgets to ensure that we don't go over all. Yes, so her team is watching it.
If we do exceed expenditures in a fund that we have over budgeted, exceeded our state budget, we would be required to republish that budget. But outside of that, we haven't gotten there.
Right, okay, thank you. So then the specific question, I guess, that leads to my motion, I guess, that you have 10, 12 people going to Parent as Teachers Conference. I don't know if this is a motion or not, but it should be. I mean, I'd like to make the motion that moving forward, we include estimated total of a cost before we approve, because we end up not knowing what the total cost is. We've already approved the travel, but we have no clue what it costs.
Yeah.
And so, moving forward into 26, does that need to be a motion?
So, and I don't.
So that we'll know more of what we approve?
Yes. I just want to clarify, because I know throughout the year when there are like 10 people going somewhere, for the parents as teachers, that is like their one conference. All of the parent educators are required to go with it based off the grant, and it's covered by, so that's why I'm not saying that's what you're asking.
We don't have that information yet. That's
yeah.
pending also.
Yeah.
So if
So
we had that information first,
Right.
then I wouldn't even have the question.
Right, so our current frontline we just, and I'm looking at Ms. Snyder, we'll have to see what that looks like so that the columns, because this is pulled straight from Frontline, and we can just make sure we make notes for 26, 27 to say required. So then you all will know that. And then the estimate cost, we just have to talk about, and then we can come back and say what that might look like in the format in which we pull it, where it is streamlined and not in a separate
Well, first,
document.
as you said, if this is the conference of the year, one would think you're making those reservations early.
Correct.
And here again, Greg, I don't know if do we have a policy that says you ride coach?
No.
Okay, so, I mean, the
We
details.
do have a policy, as Mr. Carell is in here, that you look at, like you have to look at the lowest rate. Like that's in the
That was just a generic question.
Yeah.
But then I'm saying, and especially now, everything's out of whack. But I'm just saying, moving forward, I'm not addressing this per se. I'm saying, moving forward, here we are at the end of the year, looking at 26. The next request for travel, have a column, another field, or whatever, that says the estimated cost, so we know that 15 people going to the conference of the year, 5 days in Portland, at this point when we're making this reservation would cost this. Because when we get there, and now we've got baggage fees, and we've got this, and we've got that. So that's what I'm just suggesting. Now I can either suggest it as a new practice or make a motion as a policy.
So, in whatever you choose, I just want to make sure we look at the system to see the capability, to see what it's pulled like, so we can come back and say, this is how we can provide it, it will be an attachment, or we can actually put in the system. We just need to look
And
at
if the
it.
system doesn't require, then a memo says,
Right.
this parents-teachers conference is estimated for 15 people, 5 days, blah, 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 blah.
Yes.
For us as well.
Yeah. So all I'm saying is we need to have a conversation, then we can.
That's why I say
bring that
moving
information.
forward, not
Yes.
next meeting,
Right, yeah.
2026. So, Mr. Goins, does that need to be a motion, or is that just?
Well, it sounds like what you're really wanting is just more information about the action or the items that are on the agenda, right?
More detail so that we as a board who are responsible for finances know that when we approve 15 people, let me change something else, going to Denver for 10 days, the estimated cost is X. We know that on the front end.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure it requires a policy unless the board wants it to be a policy, because you certainly could do that, but I don't know if you'd want that for every single expenditure that comes onto the agenda, or if you want it just for
Travel.
travel.
Right now, the topic on the table is
Yeah.
travel.
Yeah, so
So yes, for travel. At this point, it's travel.
So could I suggest, Dr. Nguyen, similar to what we did in Finance Committee, and I think what I'm hearing Dr. Stubblefield say is when we were doing the purchasing handbook, I don't know that that's the exact title that Mr. Carell was working through, what the leadership team in that group did was they went through the system to see what information they could add to help get us additional information, and then bring that back to the board to say, hey, we can add this column that would add and include estimated cost or whatnot. But we gave them the time to go back and figure out what that looked like.
Fine, that's
So-
not, time is not even a factor.
Right. So
This is
what I'm suggesting is if we can do that rather than make a policy right now or try to make a motion for a policy, if we could give staff the time to figure out what that looks like and bring that back.
Yes or no? We're having this conversation now. If there is a consensus, it needs to be now, so that they know expectation, starting in, we're not meeting in finance until after September. So when our people now submit travel requests, they know that there needs to be an estimated cost. Well, I don't care, but we don't care if it can't be in this column 10, fine, then it's someplace else.
Sure.
That we have the estimated cost prior to approval.
Yeah, and what I'm suggesting is that we don't have to actually go through trying to
we
figure out a
talked- we already-
policy
we already
right now.
settled that. Great, just-
Right, I'm just making sure that we're all aware and on the same page, that we're not asking for a policy right now. Because you asked if it could be a motion or not. I'm suggesting that we give staff the appropriate time to work through what that could look like to then
Doesn't
add
have to
to
be
a
policy,
column.
but it has to be
Correct.
clear as an expectation, and it will become a practice.
Right, and that's what I'm saying, that we can give staff the time to do that and bring that information back on what that could look like based on the information that they can pull and then add, whether it's on here or somewhere else.
But you know
Yes.
what's interesting? I mean, see, time is time, but the next person, the next group that adds for travel, you know what you're going to pay. Just put it someplace. Yeah, so it's
Right, yeah,
it's not a leap.
yeah.
What I can also do is I can pull the policies that you do have on travel expenses and share those with the board, because you can take a look at them, and if there's something you want to modify, as with any policy, just let me know. We'll take a shot at trying to modify it. And for example, you'd asked the question about coach space. Our travel expense form says a first-class airfare will be reimbursed only when coach space is not available. So it expects it to be coach, but if that's the only ticket available on an airline, your policy does allow for it.
Thank you.
And Mr. Lopez.
Yes, Ms. Brownlee
Not to
Page.
prolong it, but sometimes when it's not in writing, there is no policy, then there's no consistency. And that's what we want to do. We want to be consistent about what we do. Because then anything can be done. Because they're quick to say, well, we don't have a policy. There's not a protocol or anything that says this is what you need to do. When we leave it up in the air, to me.
Thank you, Ms. Brownlee Page. Any additional, Ms. Robinson? Yes.
The request is very well received.
Thank you.
I think I find it more appropriate to add it to our handbook to address
Okay.
that
Makes sense.
this type of information be provided to the board.
And we'll
Because it
continue
is
working.
imperative for your decision-making process.
We'll continue working. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Robinson. Any other questions on item E?
What was this?
E.
No.
Okay. If there are no other questions on item E, we'll move to item J.
That was another just explanation. Would like explanation for Frontline and the presentation, the data board.
So as Ms. Snyder is coming forward, we use two elements of Frontline, both of which required for state reporting, licensure, and some other components. So Frontline, the absence management system is how all certified staff report their absence and request subs. Frontline, the professional development, is how all certified staff and paras track their professional development, which in order to keep our license and apply for transcripts, we have to have a way to provide a transcript to the state. So I don't actually have I'm gonna pull it up. You would not see half of our staff reflected in that because the hourly employees use another system for time clock and their professional development, except for paras, is housed somewhere else. So like if we have 4,000 employees and it shows like 1,600, those are the 1,600 people that are required to do their professional development and that sort of stuff in there. And that's also where that's how this document that you just looked up for travel is tracked and created. We pull it from Frontline.
Exactly. Slide 9.
Yes.
Without knowing all the details, 49,000 registrations.
Yes.
And then the numbers are 1,500. So help me understand. Learning Summit registrations, 3,400.
Those
online
are just
registration.
different kind of buckets that we use. So the 48,000 is typical Wednesday afternoon professional development.
Okay.
And so that's how many people registered for professional development on, say, Wednesday afternoon. The Learning Summit days are district in-service days, and so we have those as a separate event because they are a series and they go over 3 days. And so if I register for one event, I go 3 times. And so all of our instructional staff, including paras, aides, teachers, administrators, everyone registers for a Learning Summit session. And then we also have online professional learning registrations, which are a little bit different. So people can elect to do those, but they're not required.
Okay. Do you see any reason that any of those two would be higher?
No, no, ma'am.
Should they be lower?
No, so it's very reflective of our staff and the numbers that we have and Wednesday afternoons.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Additional questions on item J? Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Schneider. Questions on item L?
Well, I inquired about, we have an EAP program, which I thought covered most of our mental health challenges for our staff. This is an additional program that I would like to know more about exactly. What does it add to the process that EAP does not cover?
That's a good question. Around the time that we actually took on this and piloted this program, Staff Guidance, it was also a time when even some of the board members had asked for our employees about their well-being and providing something for our staff to be able to utilize in addition to the EAP. The EAP provides opportunities for staff members if they need to see someone. They have six visits or opportunities to meet with someone. But that also takes time to schedule those opportunities. We also have the 24-hour, 7-day-a-week option for individuals to call in some critical situations. What this program does is it allows individuals to actually have an on-time, real-time conversation about whatever it is that they may be dealing with. It may be professional, it may be personal situations, and there is a program, they call it Dr. Skinner, who is an expert in this field, that they have AI generated, as in you tell it what it is that you're having a problem with. They have video, they have things that have been recorded and are available to address those issues. They also have it where individuals can have one-on-one conversations without their information being shared with us. It's about strengthening and having additional well-being opportunities for our staff members who do encounter day-to-day events, not only with students, but also in life. And so this is an extension. We had it this year, this semester. We felt that we could extend this out by having an even bigger push to make sure that we let our staff know of the availability and and the benefits that it could offer to them. We also use this as we are sharing with our as we recruit. We're also letting individuals know that we have access to this resource. It was something that we were encountered with. There's currently a parent guidance, I believe, that's also available that Student Services use that has it's a different platform, but this right here is strictly related to our staff.
Well, following up on that, and this being a pilot program, with what you're asking for is an extension over in the next several years to utilize this program, what is your usage rate this year?
So we're asking currently for 1 year. What you see in there is what they're pricing. It has been subsidized. Their program has been subsidized for a number of years. Even the rate that we had this year was lower than what is proposed there. And what they're showing you is that over the course of 3 years, that this is what it could grow to if we choose to go in that direction. The numbers are not vast, but there are individuals who have used it. I don't have the specific numbers of individuals that have used it, but those who have been repeat individuals. We plan to have an even broader kickoff since we brought it in January, February. we felt that if we start at the very beginning of the school year, we also continue to educate our building leaders. We also educate our wellness coaches who support each building. And we let the district know, our teachers and our staff members know that this is a resource. We believe that we'll get better usage out of that.
Do you view this model as being more practical than the EAP model that you currently have in addition?
No, EAP has its own,
I'm familiar with EAP.
Yeah, so it's not that. It's not that right there, and we actually also tell individuals to rely on those other systems to support mental health as well. This is not the end-all, be-all, but it is a real-time resource that they can use. But EAP has its purpose for what it does for our employees.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Additional questions on item L? Hearing none, would there be a motion to approve items E, H, J, K, and L?
So moved.
I second.
Moved and seconded. Thank you. Any questions or further discussion? Hearing none. Ms. Downing?
Wanda Brownlee Page.
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Yolanda Clark.
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Randy Lopez.
Randy Lopez, yes.
Robert Mylan Jr.
Mylan Jr., yes.
Pamela Penn Hicks.
Pamela Penn Hicks, yes.
Joycelyn Strickland Egan's.
Joycelyn Strickland Egan's, yes.
And Dr. Nguyen.
Dr. Nguyen, yes.
Thank you, board. Okay, next board, we are on item 5 on the agenda. First agenda item, board, it's recommended the Kansas City, Kansas Board of Education accept the findings and recommendation of the evaluation committee and approve Newkirk Novak Construction as the construction manager at risk for the Parker Elementary School renovation and the new main branch library replacement project, and authorize negotiation of a final agreement, including a guaranteed maximum price with Newkirk Novak Construction as submitted by Mr. Wayne Carell, Ms. Laura Pellegrino, Dr. Steve Pegram, and Dr. Anna Stubblefield.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any questions or discussion on this item?
I do. I have one.
Ms. Penn Hicks.
So when I read the information, it referenced that this would be a benefit to Parker Elementary students. There are no longer any students at that particular facility, are they? Been closed for quite some time. So how would it impact the area? Would probably be more appropriate for a discussion.
I shouldn't have typed that.
I mean, I think it should have said students in that area, because they'll have access to a library without having to go downtown. So it should have said students who live in that community.
It was poorly worded.
Well, I only noticed it because my children went to Parker, so when did we start thinking about reopening again? Thank you.
What she said.
Yeah.
Thank you. Any additional questions on this item?
No, we're excited.
Hearing none, I would just remind folks there's an invitation that's gone out already on social media, email, and various other mediums. There is a listening session at next Tuesday, the 2nd, June 2nd, from 6 to 7:30. And I'm trying to figure out, that is at West Park Elementary?
Yes.
For folks who are interested in learning more about the Parker Revitalization Community Workshop, hopefully that's on your calendar next Tuesday, June 2nd, from 6 to 7:30 at West Park Elementary. With that, Ms. Downing, roll call, please.
Wanda Brownlee Page.
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Yolanda Clark.
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Randy Lopez.
Randy Lopez, yes.
Robert Mylan Jr.
Robert Mylan Jr., yes.
Pamela Penn Hicks.
Pamela Penn Hicks, no.
Joycelyn Strickland Egan's.
Joycelyn Strickland Egan's, yes.
And Dr. Nguyen.
Dr. Nguyen, yes.
Fantastic. Thank you, board. Motion carries.
I thought, question. Were we going to move this to a different section?
It is under updates and approval.
On the live agenda, it is.
Yeah.
We were going to discuss this public. I did not realize.
No, we just approved the first item. Yes,
Clearing it.
sorry. No, we're
Appreciate
taking
you.
them one at a time.
Thank you.
No, good clarity. Thank you.
change my vote to yes on the first item.
Okay, just wanted to clarify. Thank you for the question. Okay, motion carries. Thank you, board. Next agenda item is, what is that, 5B. It's recommended the Kansas City, Kansas Board of Education accept the low bid from Electro Painting and Refurbishing in the amount of $34,432 for IFB 26-010 electrostatic painting projects 2026 in accordance with the requirements of Board Policy DJED, as submitted by Mr. Carell, Mr. Wagner, and Dr. Pegram, and is recommended by Dr. Stubblefield.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Questions or further discussion? Ms. Downing?
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Randy Lopez,
Randy Lopez, yes.
Robert Mylan Jr.,
Robert Mylan Jr., yes.
Pamela Penn Hicks,
Pamela Penn Hicks, yes.
Joycelyn Strickland Egan's,
Joycelyn Strickland Egan's, yes.
and Dr. Nguyen.
Dr. Nguyen, yes.
Thank you, board. Next, we're on item 5C. It's recommended the Kansas City, Kansas Board of Education approve the quote from Turf, et cetera, LLC, DBA Sin Lawn, utilizing Sourcewell Cooperative Contract Number 031622-AST in the amount of $95,203.34 for the Bethel Early Childhood Center playground surface renovation in accordance with Board Policy DJED, as submitted by Mr. Wagner and Dr. Cook and Mr. Wayne Carell, and recommended by Dr. Pegram and Dr. Stubblefield. Is there a motion to do so?
I move to approve the bid.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any questions or discussion? Hearing none. Ms. Downing?
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Randy Lopez,
Randy Lopez, yes.
Robert Mylan Jr.,
Mylan Jr., yes.
Pamela Penn Hicks,
Pamela Penn Hicks, yes.
Joycelyn Strickland Egan's,
Joycelyn Strickland Egan's, yes.
and Dr. Nguyen.
Dr. Nguyen, yes.
Okay. Next item, Board 5D. It is recommended the Kansas City, Kansas Board of Education approve the MOU with the Foundation for Excellence. It is also on here for your review. This is after we've had a couple of discussions around the MOU contract. The MOU contract is the same since the last time we reviewed the contract, but it is here for potential approval if it is the will of the board.
So moved.
I have discussion.
I second.
Moved and seconded, and just for clarity, the change in the MOU was the change in payment to reflect quarterly payments, which was discussed by the board. So that was the only adjustment in the contract, or MOU. It's been moved and seconded. Questions or discussion, Ms. Penn Hicks?
Thank you. The issue that we are concerned with tonight is strictly about how the financial arrangement is with the board of, and the, not the board, but the district and the foundation. But I wanted to bring this issue up about what, let me give you some background. That's what I need to do first. When we had our board retreat, I brought some information to our legal team to discuss issues of governance of the foundation. This came about because during our campaign, many people were asking questions. They were not familiar with the Foundation of Excellence. And one of our candidates had been the former executive director of that, which brought a lot of questions. People wanted to know more about the program and what exactly it did accomplish for the school district. So during our retreat, I brought that information to our legal and asked them to review our role as the school board in providing governance for the Foundation of Excellence. It has its own board, but there were a lot of questions as to what its relationship is to the board and to the school district. So I was asking for that information to be shared Mr. Pegram, no, Mr. Pegram, Mr. Goheen, I'm sorry, I'm sitting there looking at Mr.
You're
Pegram.
perfectly fine. Although Mr. Pegram's more than
Probably
welcome to
could
try and
answer
take
some of the
your time and
questions.
answer it.
I want us to have that discussion because I think the public deserves to know the relationship, who has responsibility and oversight for the foundation as a whole, and clear up some of the questions and concerns that people have.
I think that's a good thing and a good opportunity to maybe give a little bit of history on the foundation itself as well. So the foundation was created as a standalone 501c3 corporation, or intended to be a 501c3 corporation and nonprofit entity under Kansas law by technically by the members of the board and incorporators who were affiliated with the school district back in 1990. So that's when it was created as an entity. At the time, a lot of school districts in the state of Kansas in particular, and probably throughout the country, were creating these standalone foundations. The main reason being that a lot of donors who wanted to give money to public education or grants or things of that nature would require a 50c3 designation, while a school district itself as a governmental entity is a non-for-profit and can receive donations. It doesn't have the same tax benefit as I understand it, and I'm not a tax attorney, but as I understand, it doesn't have the same benefit for some of these outside organizations who are donating money or giving grants as a 501c3 designation does. And so that was the impetus behind that at the time. As originally created back in 1990, the foundation was essentially an affiliated entity with the school district in the sense that the school board, the elected school board body, was considered to be the membership of the foundation corporation. They appointed the initial board of directors for the foundation, and the foundation operated independently from the school district with independent financial accounts, but was subject to that direction from the, or that tie based upon the appointment of board members and those types of things as it was originally created back in 1990. Over the years, the tax laws have changed a little bit. Some of the other laws have changed. And most of the districts and foundations migrated to having separation between the foundations from both a ethical perspective as well as a desire to maintain separate financial considerations, being one is a donated foundation subject to certain IRS code provisions, whereas school districts are governmental entities, at least in the state of Kansas, and that are governed by a different set of statutes and financial requirements that are not subject to IRS determinations or qualifications. They're subject to the budgeting and the finance obligations under Kansas law versus a foundation, which is governed by primarily the Internal Revenue Code and the 501c3 designation. This board, back in 2022, after several years of discussion, ultimately made the decision in conjunction with discussions with membership of the foundation at the time, decided to amend the Articles of Incorporation for the foundation and to separate the two entities more cleanly from a legal perspective, which allowed the foundation to have a slightly different designation with the IRS. And so at that time, back, I think it was either in July, it was either the July or the August meeting in 2022, the board unanimously passed a motion to approve an amended Articles of Incorporation that had been proposed by the foundation at that time that changed the membership of the foundation and the appointment of the board members to the foundation from this governing body to independently just be determined by the foundation separately. And then following that, because you no longer had that tire connection in, I think it was February of 2023, after several months of discussion with the foundation board, we entered into the first formal MOU with the foundation, which governed how to coordinate donations, efforts to receive funding on behalf of the school district that might go through the foundation and be then approved or granted to the school district for use. And that ultimately culminated in the MOU that is now being asked to be revised as part of the discussion with the board and the foundation board just before you tonight. In terms of oversight, the two entities are truly separate in terms of a legal stance, in terms of finances and operations. at this point, at least as it relates to the bylaws, articles of incorporation, tax reporting, all those kinds of things are completely separate in terms of entities. The MOU that's in front of you really governs what the parties have agreed to do in terms of certain shared benefits or obligations, one of which is that the district provides some in-kind contributions to the foundation, such as use of shared space, use of access to district email accounts, things of that nature, somewhat similar to what the agreement is with the union for the certified staff, that there is a shared in-kind contributions as part of that contract with the union to allow certain things to take place. Some shared cost or expenditure for employees who are technically employees of the school district for purposes of benefits and things of that nature, but might have shared contributions in terms of the foundation paying for the district for those salaried services or contracted services back to the school district. And I think there's some others that are lined out within there. So ultimately, that's really the relationship between the two. The foundation is a dedicated foundation. The foundation raises money for purposes to benefit the school district students, and the school district's staff. That's its sole purpose. But it is not a entity in the sense that, or it's not affiliated with the district in the sense that those finances are commingled with the district's finances. They are separate. It is not money that goes through any sort of review or governance by this board at this time, the way things are set up or structured. That makes sense. So happy to answer any questions, but that's sort of a nutshell version of what you have.
So when I brought that information to you, I had been reviewing the Kansas statutes that indicate that as long as the foundation receives public money, and let me go back just one piece there. Under the MOU, they are listed, the foundation director and the employees of the foundation are listed as employees with the caveat that they pay back a portion of their salaries, but they are still covered for their health care and capers, correct? So that would put them
That's correct.
in line with the Kansas statutes, right? With
Correct.
Kansas governance. So
Just for clarity, because Mr. Mylan was asking a question, they reimburse us 100% for the salary. The only only individual that has a single health care that is covered by the district is the executive director. They reimburse us for all other staff members. He was
correct, right.
And that includes the employer side
Thank you for explaining.
taxes and those types of things as well. So it's not just the salary or compensation, but it's also the expenditures incurred by the district on that behalf.
But under that construction, with them receiving public funds, that puts this board in position to provide some governance. Now, they do have their own separate board, great, which manages the actual functions of the foundation. And I know in the MOU, the relationship is indicated through the management of it with the foundation and superintendent. However, whenever there's public funds being utilized in the foundation, that puts a piece on top of that for governance with this board because of the accountability. And I would like for you to discuss that particular piece as well.
Well, the expenditure of public funds is in the nature of a contract. And in one sense, the school district expends funds every time we have a contractual relationship with another entity. That doesn't give us any oversight rights over the operations or accounts or management of that other entity. And so that's sort of the distinction there.
The distinction, yes, a true distinction, but accountability for example, if there were some concern of, I can give you a better example, like what happened with the instructional coaches. When we got, people assumed that we, the board, had responsibility for that decision, which we did not, okay? Same assumption, I think, would be made by the community if there was anything forthcoming that impacted the foundation, that this board would have responsibility and accountability and fiduciary duty with that. Can you explain how we do not have that concern?
Yeah, and I'd have to look at the exact provision, but there's a provision in here that says that the foundation board is responsible for the selection and hiring of employees that are going to be providing services to the foundation. They effectively become employees of the school district essentially for purposes, it's a cost savings situation, so that the foundation, which provides fundraising support for the district, it provides financial support in terms of the grants and things it applies for. They can't afford to go out with a very small staff and provide the types of things like health insurance, life insurance benefits, CAPERS benefits that the district can provide. And so the way you get there is you essentially, the district hires those staff as selected by the foundation, and then the foundation reimburses the district for those expenditures and costs. The foundation also has, there's a provision in here that the foundation has to reimburse the district or indemnify the district for any types of issues that might come up that might create liability, which would fall within the same category. So, for example, if there was a issue with an employee getting hurt, if there was an issue with the employee making a claim back against the school or district, that there would be an indemnification from the foundation for that. So there's not really, it's not the same thing as an oversight in the sense that these are individuals who are employed by the district in the sense that they are working under the direction and supervision of the school district superintendent or the board. They are hired and selected and work under the supervision of the foundation board, but are technically school district employees. And I think we've got a provision in there that says something along the lines, if they're operating or doing business on behalf of the district, which from time to time the foundation does, that they have to apply or adhere to our district policies.
Well, then that adds some confusion again, and I'm sorry, but I have to ask this question.
You're fine.
The purpose of the foundation is to provide a level of funding and benefits to the district. That's clear in the MOU, and
Yes.
I don't have the language in front of me.
No, that's true.
So at no point in time would there be an opportunity for them to do something independent of this district.
Well, I think we would argue legally everything they do is independent of the district. That's the point of having the separation. So if the foundation does something improper, or an employee of the foundation does something improper or contrary to the law, our position legally would be that's not the school district doing that, and that's why we have the indemnification provision in there, so that if somebody decides to come after the school district for that, it would be the responsibility legally and financially to the foundation and not for the school district.
Well, I hope the community is listening to, because these were the questions that were coming from them as to what the relationship is, who has the oversight, where's the governance, management we are clear on. But there is one last piece that I would like to address, and that is that in the MOU, it says that a board member may be on the board as an ex officio member. And I think that that word "may" leaves out. I don't know if there's ever been a board member in the history of the foundation that sat on the board as an ex officio, but I would like to have that language changed to "shall," because I think it's important that we have the relationship. If it's that is stated, then the board should have some opportunity to make sure that we are informed about the reports, the funding, the financials, and so forth. And currently, we do not include that in the board reports under gifts and grants. I have not seen that we are getting any kind of report from the foundation about monies coming in, what programs are supported. On the website, I did go up on the website and look, because we've had a change in management on the site, though I wanted to see what differences were made. And there was a listing of how long we've been in business. They've been in business 34 years, that they've given scholarships to 543 students, and they spent $1.01 million on providing those scholarships. So the community would like to have that information in a way that they can recognize, you know, who are the donors, what are the programs that are being supported. There was the generic information on the website, but it was not did not drill down for me to know exactly how it's being impacting the school district if its sole purpose is to provide and align with our school district goals. So I'd like to bring that
Yeah,
to
so
your attention.
a couple things there. I mean, I don't know, I'm not entirely familiar with what the disclosure requirements are for the foundation. Obviously, in terms of like donors to the foundation, they can take donations from a variety of sources, including donors who don't wish to disclose names or information. That's permitted under their structure. In fact, I think it might even be permitted under the Open Records Act for the school districts themselves that they can receive monies from donors that don't want to be disclosed. Leaving that aside, and I wanted to trying to double check, but I got too many windows open on my computer. I think that the current bylaws for the foundation, which I tried to look at, include the board members serving ex officio, just like the superintendent serves ex officio on the foundation board. I think the language may is in there because it's discretionary with the district, not because it's discretionary with the foundation. So if the board wants a board member on there, you appoint one and then they're on there. And historically, there has been somebody on. So my understanding is the last person that was on was Ms. Drew. And I think when she went off,
I'm sorry.
I don't think she's been replaced.
Oh, Drew, okay.
So I think when she stepped off the board, that was just a position that wasn't filled.
Well, the legal term may versus the legal term shall are two different meanings in law, as you well know.
Yeah, shall's required.
Shall's required. Thank you. And that's what I would like to see, that language changed in that MOU. And so I don't know how we do that, with an amendment, or do we, a motion, or what?
The MOU's up as presented, but you could vote it to approve it with or without changed language. There's currently a motion that's pending right now to approve it as it's submitted on the agenda. But if there was changes that the board wanted to make, then we would make those changes and either send those back to the foundation, or you guys could approve it as amended and send it back to the foundation that way. So however the board wants to proceed as far as that goes. You'd have to think about procedurally how we get there, either withdrawing the motion as it stands or vote the motion up or down as it stands, or add the language with consent of the mover and the second.
Can the board require the foundation, since it is a separate entity, to say we shall have?
Well, I would.
Part of the MOU.
I was thinking, well, the MOU would be contractual, so if it's agreed as shall in there, then it's there. I believe that the bylaws, in fairness, that the bylaws or the articles of incorporation for the foundation can be changed by the foundation. So that is also a possibility, and they can change their governance structure within whatever legal parameters they decide to do. But my recollection when I was looking at it before the meeting today is that I think it provides, I think it's not as discretionary in the terms of the language from the bylaws and the articles. I think it's more discretionary only to the extent that the board gets to decide, this board gets to decide whether they want somebody on there or not. But, it allows for the superintendent, and I think it allows for, I think the bylaws, if I remember correctly, provide for potential for the school board member to serve as an ex officio member, the superintendent or designee to serve as ex officio, and I believe a member of the union to serve as an ex officio member, all discretionarily with those entities respectively to decide whether they want somebody on there or not.
The current MOU does not preclude the board from assigning. We just haven't, once Ms. Drew left the board, this board just did not assign somebody to the foundation board. We're allowed to, it's just a matter of us doing it. The current MOU doesn't stop us from doing it. So at the reorg meeting or next meeting, or if we wanted to appoint and say, hey, the vice president serves as ex officio for the foundation, the current MOU would allow us to do that.
It would.
Okay. Additional questions or, sorry, Ms. Penhicks?
Well, no, I think the community now has a better understanding of what the relationship is, although there still is, some, in my mind, a little question on the governance issue and our accountability. And although we are indemnified from anything that should come to the foundation, we still, according to statute, have a responsibility because of public funds. So we can discuss that in another point in time. However, I do think we should amend that language in the MOU to shall place a board member on as an ex officio member. That means we have to.
So procedurally, we could either send the motions that are in place, or you could do an amended substitute motion. Sorry, is that the right term, Greg? A substitute motion with that language, and then we could vote, or we could vote the current motion.
Randy's last comment, that you may be able to achieve the same outcome as the discussion we had on travel without a motion. That way, and help Greg, that way you don't have to jump another hurdle, and you can, and I'll come back to the same words, you can achieve your outcome as is.
Yeah,
That's a
so
suggestion, yeah.
thank you, Dr. Nguyen. That's a
The only
great
difference for
point.
me was the fact that one has legal weight and the other one does not. And so
Yeah.
that was my concern,
And-
that
and-
we maintain that.
Let's say full transparency. This is a touchy one. Okay, so I don't cross any lines. One could approve the MOU as is, and then future board meetings, the board can change its language, and you have not, you haven't, it's kind of more of a sure thing of the outcome you're trying to achieve.
One way to do
Legal
it.
advice, Dr. Nguyen.
Yeah, one way to do this, which I think would accomplish exactly what you want, is you approve the contract as is, and then this board could adopt as essentially a policy that the board shall have a appointed board member as well as the superintendent.
Could you clarify on, it's under the, it's under the responsibilities of the foundation. It'd be like, it would be page 4 of 7, number 7.
Give me a second to get there, Dr. Nguyen.
What?
Just give me a second to get there.
Oh, you need to get there?
Yeah, I do.
Come on, fingers.
Hey, I'm slow.
While he's struggling, as we all do sometimes. Salary and benefits are, are they all single person insurance? What's included in benefits?
Is only single for the executive director. The other ones we are reimbursed for, and it would be single, similar to our other employees.
So it's assumed single?
Yes.
Okay. And then C, all costs, are you there yet? Number 7.
I don't have page numbers on mine. Last page.
No.
Kind of look up here.
Okay, here. 7C, cost of payroll services, what are those?
So if there's any cost to the payroll service to adding additional folks on there, or if there's any payroll taxes, I believe that's on there as well, right? So if there's any cost to the district for processing or withholding of any of the benefits or Social Security, FICA, all that stuff is part of the reimbursement.
So are there costs? I mean, these hourly costs or something, or?
I don't know that there are specific costs associated with it. There could be.
Yeah, I don't, and Ms. Robinson is not in here. I think because they just.
She's saying no.
There's no additional cost because they just run them with all of our other employees.
Just put it in just in case
Yeah.
there's something.
Like,
Right, if there
something
is
was to
something or something
change.
pops up, then that's not our cost. It would be the foundation.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any additional questions on this item? Okay. Ms. Downing, roll call.
Wanda Brown.
Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Brownlee Page.
Clarity, I just want to make sure we're voting for the way it is now, and then we can come back. I don't know if we're coming back today or another meeting and insert the word shall to add a board member to be on it, as well as the superintendent.
Yes.
That's what I heard for clarity. I know we
Yeah, no, thank you
want to make
for,
sure we're on the right page.
make sure everyone's on the same page. Thank you, Ms. Page.
Thank you.
We are voting for the motion on the floor is to vote for to approve the MOU as presented. And then as Dr. Nguyen pointed out, we can subsequently come back and put a policy, or as Mr. Goheen said, put a policy or talk about inserting the word shall and appointing what that looks like as we move forward. So, yes. No, thank you for clarifying, just because there was a lot that we discussed, so. All right, Ms. Downing.
Wanda Brownlee Page.
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Yolanda Clark.
Yolanda Clark, and I just want to say thank you, Mr. Goheen, for the advice, because I did have concerns with having policy conversation and what's in front of us today. So I appreciate you. I appreciate that conversation. My vote is yes.
Randy Lopez.
Randy Lopez, yes.
Robert Mylan Jr.
Robert Mylan Jr., yes.
Pamela Penn Hicks.
Pamela Penn Hicks, yes.
Joycelyn Strickland Egan's.
Joycelyn Strickland Egan's, yes.
And Dr. Nguyen.
Dr. Nguyen, yes.
Thank you, board. Motion carries. Okay, and yes, we can revisit if the board is okay at a future date, inserting or changing if there's some additional language that gives everyone time to review the MOU as it currently is adopted. If there's anything additional that we want to discuss and share back with the foundation, we can do that at the next or future board meeting. Thank you. All right, board, next we are on agenda item 6. Board, these are new business items. They are up for information only. No action is being requested of us tonight, but they are here in case there are any questions specifically on these items. So we'll start with item A, the intent to perform rooftop unit HVAC replacements at West Wyandotte Library. Any questions on this item? Item B, the solicitation for McKinney-Vento Transportation Services. Questions on this item? Item C, the Transition Network MOU. Questions on this item? Item D, the Kansas Safe and Secure Schools Grant. Any questions on this item? Okay. If there are no questions today, these items may or may not come back at a future board meeting for potential action. If you do have questions as you continue to review, please submit those to Dr. Stubblefield, and we'll make sure that the entire board gets responses to the questions that are submitted. Thank you. Okay, next item, board. This is just some discussion for the board. These items were brought up at a previous board meeting. We didn't get to them completely, so they're back on the agenda just for some quick updates and discussion. The first item is around voting procedures. There was a question around when a board member feels that they may have a conflict of interest or can't or don't want to vote on a particular item due to a potential conflict. What is the proper procedure, or how should they address that? So Mr. Goheen, if you wouldn't mind just talking through that, board. There is some language in the board handbook that was revised that talks a little bit about that. I forget what page it's on, but there is some language on that we have discussed. Please take a look at that, but Mr. Goheen can tell us tonight a bit more about what that process should be or could be.
So there's a couple different things that are a little unique to Kansas law, particularly as it relates to an open meeting and to participation in the meeting and the requirement to vote for or against a particular item that may be on the agenda. Each board member determines in their own right under Kansas law whether they believe they've got a conflict of interest that prevents or precludes them or would jeopardize either themselves or the school district if they vote on an item that's in front of the board where they may have a conflict of interest, as that term is sort of loosely defined by the Ethics Commission in the state of Kansas. That can include things like voting where you might have a personal financial interest in the outcome of a particular vote. It may, or a family member may have a financial interest in the outcome of a particular vote. It may also come if you're voting on an incident or a situation where you have had personal involvement in the underlying investigation or matter that gets to the board level. It may come if you have some other close tie or connection to the issue. We're all advocates, or everybody on the board is an advocate for particular things or for particular items. It doesn't mean that you can't have an advocacy interest in something that you're voting on. But if that crosses the line to where you have personal gain, that could subject the vote itself to being challenged, particularly if you have things where you're voting on items like a competitively bid project that goes out to bid. If you vote on something where you might have a son or a daughter or somebody that you're related to who works for that company, that can create an issue where other people could challenge or legally sue the district in connection with that vote. So there's a couple ways that the state allows us to look at that issue. One way is to simply not vote on the issue, but there's two ways to not vote. One is to abstain. That means you remain seated at the table, you participate in the discussion, you abstain from the vote, but under Kansas law, an abstention is a no vote. So it does count as a no vote, as opposed to the other option is to recuse yourself. If you recuse yourself, you have to physically leave the table, leave the room, and it's a process that can look a little weird, but if you have a belief that there's a particular issue that you cannot vote on or decide you're not comfortable voting on an issue because of some ethical obligation, or it could be some other conviction that you have that you just don't think it's proper for you to vote on an issue and you don't want to be reflected as a no, because a no vote or an abstention would be a no vote, and then you could have a situation where that counts and causes a problem with the voting record as well. Then you're required to get up, leave the room. The board clerk then notes it as a recusal. That doesn't count as a yes or a no vote. It just recuses. You're not present for the vote. So that's the way that process works. It comes up every once in a while. I remember we had a board member a number of years ago, I believe, had a relative that worked for the district, and if situations involving that relative came up, they would step out of the meeting room. And I know it's happened from time to time. So are there specific questions about it?
Yeah, do we not follow Robert's rules?
We do not.
We don't?
Nope.
We're not mandated by law to do that?
It's actually recommended by KSB and others that we not follow Robert's rules for the reason that we're a public entity and some portions of the Kansas Open Meetings Act conflict with Robert's rules.
Okay, now, on the part, you said we have two choices. If I recuse myself, I guess most organizations I'm in, they follow Robert's rules. You have to, you state it, you leave. If I was the president and I want to make a comment, I would have to step down and give that to the vice president and then make my statement. But you're saying we don't follow Robert's rule.
We do not.
And the person wouldn't have to say anything, because it would just seem kind of weird. You're just getting up, walking away, you're coming back. You don't have to explain a thing. You can just get up and leave and then come back and vote.
Technically, yes, because anytime you leave the room, if a vote takes place when you're absent, you're reflected as a recusal by the board clerk. I think it makes sense to say, I need to recuse myself and step out of the room, but you're not required to do so. So if say you had to get up for an emergency, this had nothing to do with the reason for your vote, say it was a personal emergency of some nature and you didn't want to say anything, you just left the room and a vote took place after you left the room, it would still be reflected by the board clerk as a recusal, even if it had nothing to do with any kind of ethical issue.
I
or
guess
ethical
the
concern.
thing that bothers me is that if you don't, let's say I'm voting on something and I have relatives who have a lot of money invested, we keep saying transparency. That doesn't come off clean. And that to me is a problem, but you're saying, because I still have problems with other ways that we don't use Robert's rule, because most people do. So is this something every school district in the state of Kansas does?
I'm not aware of any district in the state of Kansas that uses Robert's rules.
Okay.
I have a question.
Mr. Mylan, yes.
Okay, now I'm listening. Now, we have two questions or issues, okay? And the first is not to be negative, contrary, or argumentative. Okay, now, on the refusal, Greg, Mr. Goheen, you said you must leave the room.
Correct.
This is not negative, contrary, or argumentative. Suppose you're voting on Google Meet. How you gonna leave the room?
You would have to essentially log off and then log back in.
Okay, I'm asking a question.
No,
So you log, so
I
you
think
log off.
I think it's a good question to ask.
In other words, I log off, I'm not there. I'm considered not there.
That's right.
And Ms. Downey keep calling my name, I'm not there. So she automatically refuses me because I have not answered. That correct?
Yeah, she would note that you have left the meeting. Recusal essentially means that you've left the meeting, is what it means.
Okay.
So, and you have to, as I understand it, you have to physically leave the dais. You can't be present, because if you're present, it's considered an abstention, even if you don't use those words.
Okay. Now, I've been here a little bit here, a few months. It's the first time we've gone over this voting procedure. I could be wrong. I might be right.
No, I think it's the first time we've gone over it in quite some time.
All right, I'm correct. Here's my second question on the voting. Now, you mentioned voting on issues. Is that all issues? Does it include personnel, people, issues, individuals? You see where I'm going. Do they stay, do they leave, issues, or just things that we discussed tonight? When you say issues, is that underneath one umbrella?
No, it would be any issue that a board member feels like they've got a conflict of interest in. They would recuse themselves from that vote. Let me give you an example.
Well, okay, maybe let me back up. Maybe that comes in the arena of abstaining.
Well, an abstention would be a no vote. So let me give you an example as it relates to personnel, because that might answer your question.
Okay.
So say normally our personnel report's on the consent agenda, but let's just say for whatever reason that the HR report was a standalone item and was on the board agenda. Mm-hmm. And let's say that your wife was on the HR report to be hired by the district
that could be
in some position. If you abstained from the vote because you didn't want to vote for or against your wife, your abstention is technically you voted against your wife.
Okay.
If you leave the room and recuse yourself, you're not reflected as having voted on that issue at all. You've left the meeting, and so you could still go home to the dinner table and tell your wife you didn't vote against her.
Okay, thank you. I tell her.
I've got a question.
Dr. Nguyen.
And it will mirror Ms. Penn Hicks' question. And I don't think the solution that we came up with serves the purpose here. The policy is BCBG, and it says any member may declare a conflict of interest. I think it should say shall declare a conflict of interest. And that then shall is every place else. Shall leave the room. The minutes shall note the particular member has declared the conflict of interest and has left. And the minutes shall also record the time, blah, 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 blah. So here's my question. To change policy, do you have to have a motion? Or how would one change member, this may to shall.
Yeah, so the board can always modify policy by a motion, a second, a vote. Historically, the practice of this district has been to any policy change to do it in 3 reads.
Okay.
So if that were a policy change that the board would want to make, or a policy language the board would want to make, board, and that same holds true for any policy.
Okay. So that's what I'm suggesting, and before we end this motion, before we end this discussion, I'm prepared to make that motion.
Thank you, Dr. Nguyen. Additional questions on this item?
Well, I don't have an additional question, and I don't know if it's written in our handbooks or if the public, because I know this come up 2 or 3 times, and the public responded because they assume that we follow Robert's rules, that we need to state that for clarity so that people understand that we don't follow Robert's Rules of Order.
Yeah, you actually have a board policy that says you don't.
Okay, but is that where the public can see it?
Yeah.
I
But
believe
we need to
actually,
remind
That
people
makes sense, yeah.
that this is what we have.
Yeah.
Because we had a situation that somebody asked, was the person sick? Why did they keep going in and out? They didn't understand what was going on. And like me, that's why I asked for this, because I think we all need to be on one accord. I'm just traditionally, you have to state the case, but this is different. And I think the public needs to know, and they understand as well, because they were wondering, well, what's going on? Well, why didn't they say that? I said, it's a little different here.
Ms. Page,
And
you
what
make,
they're traditionally, what they know in other organizations, be it church, sorority, fraternity, other organizations.
Right.
They run a little different, and I get that. But I think we need to make sure, because they're looking at us, well, that's a conflict of interest. Why is he voting, or he has a say? And that's his sister, his cousin, his brother, they own the company. And we keep saying we're transparent, and they keep saying, well, are you really?
Well, I have a question too. Oh, I'm sorry.
no, it's quickly. Ms. Page you make a good, valid point, and I'm not being comical in any kind of way.
No.
When 2 years ago, when I got elected to the board, one of my members gave me a book, Robert's Rules of Order.
Okay.
He gave it to me as a gift because he said, you're going to need that. So he's assuming, I already said that we follow, I'm going to benefit from that. I've made my point.
Yeah, and just so the board is aware, it's board policy BCBF, and one of the sentences in there says Robert's Rules of Order shall not be adopted by the board.
yeah, we discussed, and I think we may have voted at one point a year or 2 ago about Robert's Rules and whether we wanted to explore looking into it. And Mr. Goheen, you shared a lot of what you shared today, and the board at the time voted to say, no, we're not going to go to Robert's Rules because of some of the examples that you gave around Cora and other things. So we have had some discussion around Robert's Rules, and I know this board's a little different, this school boards are a little different, but we have discussed, and it is in policy, and we did vote at one point.
I don't remember that vote. If you could pull it up, we did talk, but we never voted because we were all still in awe. I remember the audience was like, nobody could believe it. And then it was explained to us, this is the protocol. We have new people here, as well as we need to remind the community, because there's already a distrust. So we need to make sure everybody understands how we operate.
I have one question for clarity. Under Robert's Rules of Order, the person would not even be allowed to engage in the discussion. What can we do if you have a conflict? Are you allowed to participate in the discussion?
Well, so you got to remember that the board cannot decide if a particular board member has a conflict.
Right.
Under Kansas law, only the board member can decide that. I can tell you, or I can tell the individual board member that I think you've got a conflict and it would be the best course for you to recuse yourself and not vote or not engage in the issue. But you're elected public officials. I can't force you, and the board can't force you to not engage in or vote on an issue. That doesn't mean there might not be a legal challenge to it, but ultimately, the way Kansas works and their ethics rules work, the individual board member interprets whether they have a conflict. They could be wrong, but they're the one who gets to make the decision about that, and then it's just subject to challenge after the fact. So it's not something that, like if you had a conflict of interest, like say you're, again, using Reverend Mylans, if you had a relative that was being approved for a position in the district and you voted in favor of it, even though it appeared to be a conflict of interest, somebody else who didn't get the position, I suppose, could challenge the board and say, hey, so-and-so voted on this, they shouldn't have, and that's caused me to not get the position, and they might win that lawsuit. But nobody on the board and I cannot tell you not to vote on it. I can just advise you of the potential conflict, and then you've got to make your own decision.
Yeah. 'Cause we might not know what's a conflict of interest for that other person. Might be a conflict of interest for Ms. Egan's, but not for me. Yeah. Right.
Yes, I'm just still a little bit confused.
Yeah, sure.
So, if you know that you have a substantial interest in the subject matter and you do not recuse, there is no recourse other than?
There's no recourse that the board can, that this board can take. That doesn't mean that, depending on what is being voted on, that it might not cause the action of the board or the school district to be able to be challenged by some other third party. You know, and that's where you get into the potential for a problem, and that's why you should recuse yourself if there is a conflict of interest. But you can't be forced to do it.
There's no mechanism for that. Okay.
Great conversation. I'm done.
All right, additional discussion or question? I'm sorry, Dr. Nguyen, yes.
I'd like to move its policy, well, make the motion. If it should pass, it goes then to Greg for review, correct?
Yeah, just to draft the change and bring it back to the board.
This is policy BCBG, third paragraph. It currently reads, any member may declare a conflict of interest in a particular issue and shall leave the meeting room until discussion and voting on the matter is concluded. The motion will change one word, the first may to shall. The motion is for it to change to read, any member shall declare a conflict of interest in a particular issue and shall leave the meeting room until discussion and voting on the matter is concluded. And that's the only change. It's a motion.
There's a motion and a second. Discussion or questions on this item?
Let's vote.
Mr. Goheen, is that, Ms. Clark, did you have your hand up?
I do.
Go ahead.
And this is just to understand, similar to what we did earlier when we took the policy and said, let's talk about it later, separated from what's in front of us today. Why, I'm just curious on the thought of why would we not follow that same process for this one?
You want to answer that?
Well, typically, unless the board asks me to, or I get a revision from KSB, or if there's some legal change to the law, I don't unilaterally come to the board with random policy changes. So I need, if the board is wanting to look at a potential policy change here and have me bring something back to the board with the revised language to have the board then consider and vote on, the board needs to tell me that. And I don't know whether the board is in favor of that or if it's just Dr. Nguyen. So That's the issue. I mean, I'm not going to bring a policy change to the board if only one board member or only two board members are asking for it. It would need to be more direction than that.
And that's why it's a motion. And my answer would be, because then it goes through 3 readings, we had 3 times to review and discuss.
Yeah, that's right.
And that essentially is 6 to 8 weeks.
And Jess, there will be policy on, we have to bring the cell phone policy because it has to be in effect. So it'll be at the next meeting for first read, so there will be policy already on their agenda for the next meeting.
Okay. Additional questions, and again, even with the change, and I know we'd have to go through 3 reads, it's still incumbent on the board member to
Correct.
still disclose. And I think not tonight, but I think for clarity, understanding what conflict of interest actually looks like. So to Mr. Mylan's point, conflict of interest, he may think maybe one thing, but I may think something different.
yeah.
I just want to make sure we're all operating on what that actually means, just to have some clarity on what that is. Again, not to discuss tonight necessarily, but I think that would be important.
Well, the Ethics Commission has made rulings, so it's not as vague. I mean, Greg didn't mean it, Mr. Goins didn't mean it was vague, but the Ethics Commission has made rulings on,
Yeah, so it might be helpful to have that information for the full board when we bring that
Yeah,
forward.
Dr. Wynn's correct. I mean, there's certainly guidance out there. My point is simply that each individual board member ultimately has to decide whether their situation fits into that guidance or not.
Yep. That's right. Okay. Additional questions on this item? Hearing none. Ms. Downing?
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, I'm voting no simply based on the comments that I've made. I think it should be handled differently.
Randy Lopez,
Randy, yes.
Robert Milam Jr.,
Marlon Jr., yes.
Pamela Penn Hicks,
Pamela Penn Hicks, yes.
Joycelyn Strickland Egan's,
Joycelyn Strickland Egan's, yes.
and Dr. Nguyen.
Dr. Nguyen, yes.
All right. Thank you, board. Motion carries. Thank you. Next agenda item, board, is to discuss the Board of Education budget. I know it's been on the agenda several times. Hopefully you've had a chance to review. I did have a chance to email an updated draft to the board earlier this afternoon. Would you hand those down? For your review. Hopefully you had, I know it was in the afternoon of a board meeting date, so apologies for that. But I took the last draft that the board reviewed and just made a few edits based on some conversations that the board had previously had around our budget, and tried to put pen to paper to reflect some of that. In the notes, you'll see that I did, and I know we still have to have a conversation, but I did add back in salary for a staff position if the board decides to go that route. So I just wanted to make sure that we were conscious of what that meant financially. And so I did include that in this updated draft that you've got in front of you. Additionally, you'll note that dues and fees did increase. That increase particularly came because under other expenses is where we used to pay board docs / diligent, but it really is a fee that we pay annually. So I included that $13,312 under dues and fees, and I took it out of other expenses. So that's why you'll see that line item go from $12,800 last year to zeroed out or this current year to zeroed out for 26-27. Those dollars were placed in the dues and fees. Additionally, under dues and fees, I included the cost for KESB membership, which is $25,766.29, and then also the CUBE membership, which my understanding, and we'll be corrected if we're wrong, but our understanding is that by joining CUBE, we also participate in NSBA and as a member. That cost did decrease from previous years. They did make an adjustment on their membership fee from last year, from a little over $12,000 to a little under 11,500, and it is based on district size, district enrollment, so they take that into consideration when they're assigning fees. So that's all coming out of dues and fees. You can see, again, I've got 24, 25, 25, 26, and 26, 27 on there just so we can have a 3-year rolling view of what the budget has looked like that this board has adopted. And then obviously 26, 27 is draft for proposal. But I'll open it up for any questions. I did also reduce some of the other expense costs, which include the cost for the World Cafe or listening and learning, not because those aren't things that are not important to us, but they have actually been taken up by and are restructured differently. If you remember some of the celebrations and workshops that we do during Black History Month and Hispanic History Month, and or I forget exactly when they do them, Asian and Pacific Islander month when we celebrate and bring in those students to get feedback from them. A different department is now organizing that and taking that on, but that's a space where we still gather student input, so I was able to reduce costs there as well. Overall, if you look at the bottom dollar, the bottom line for the budget, it is around a 3% reduction from last year, or this current year's budget. Is what's being proposed for next year's budget. Again, that's subject to the board giving feedback and giving additional guidance, but it is a decrease proposal decreasing next year's board budget. Additionally, there are dollars available for professional development for the board. I am a strong believer in professional development. I am a strong believer that that's what helps us be better board members. And so there are still line items for travel, for professional development, for the conferences that we do attend, which are not many, but they are just a couple to 1 to 3, I think, at the most per year, but they are on there as well. So I'll pause there. We'll entertain any questions. We don't necessarily have to approve this tonight, but if there's any feedback or discussion, questions, this is a working document, and this is me taking a try at a budget for us. So,
Mr. Lopez, for travel, I couldn't remember. I thought we cut it down. So in lieu of what's going on, that we wanted to be a leader in that and not, are we doing one? I wasn't clear about what you said or what we talked about, that we were going to cut it back.
So from my recollection and conversations and what this board decided was that we were going to attend KASB conference, and that was going to be open to any and all board members, and up to 2 additional board development opportunities for the board members. So that's what had been discussed, and that's what's proposed in here is KASB is available for everyone and up to 2 additional professional development conferences for folks. So if you took advantage, you potentially are going to 3 different conferences, including KASB.
Okay, I thought we had cut back.
We had started a discussion about limiting travel to the nationals. And I'd like to, again, throw out that idea that looking for cost, and again, I think you were going to identify some professional development ideas that you had, but moving in, putting it out there on the table, I'd like to see us keep the state open, and that's, I wouldn't think we'd do more than $500 going to Wichita for 7 of us. But that, what figure did you use per person? 2,500 for national?
I don't have that in front of me, Dr. Wynn.
Whatever number it is, but limiting it to 2 people to the national, just to show as an example, model that we are going to look to reduce cost, and that we decide how those 2 are chosen. You know, I'm making the proposal, I'll take myself out of that pool. But we had briefly mentioned, I think, we were on the Zoom, that we were going to look for ways to limit the national travel. That's the big dollars. And then I'll wait for other people to comment on that one before I go to another category.
Yeah, I mean, I hear you, and I struggle with that a little bit. Again, like, we don't, as a board, I feel this is one way where we can grow professionally when we're able to be around other boards, other board members, learn from conferences. In particular, the CUBE conference has been really great.
It doesn't stop us from
for us.
spending our own money. Keep that in mind. But
Sure.
we're saying
But
the board budget as an example of looking for ways to conserve, and that, you know, if we decide, you know, whoever pulls that straw goes. I mean, we're saying, we all understand what you're saying, but I'm just saying, it doesn't limit us from going. It's
But I also
at
think
the
that
expense of the district.
there's a challenge for, I don't want to make the assumption that everyone is financially in a position to pay for conference registration, hotels, and flights on their own. I hear what you're saying, but I don't want to make that assumption that everyone can and is able to do that, and that would then prohibit them from being able to attend said conference if they really wanted to. So that would be one of just the pushback I would have on that argument, is not everyone may be in that position if they're on the board and can't do it. Like, I wouldn't want to ask that of somebody and put them on a spot to do that. So that would be a pushback. I'm a firm believer in professional development. I think that's a way that we grow. I think that's a way that we become better board members and better as a board as a whole. I would not be in favor of limiting the travel for professional development, but I'm just one vote, and so if I'm the only one on an island, that's okay too. But that's where I stand.
No, I agree, and probably because I'm new to the board and I'm still learning, so I would appreciate the opportunity to have the professional development too. I don't know, and I'm also in my mind thinking if that money wasn't allocated for that, what would it be allocated for? But I do want us to be the best board. I do want to be the best board member that I can, and so to me, at the stage that I am, I would need some more development.
And I would respond that is accept a respectable response, especially for a new member. But I also would say, my idea is not to put it someplace else. It would reduce it so that our budget would not be $479,000. It would be $400,000 or something like that. I mean, and when you're talking about hundreds of thousands, the comment usually comes, well, that's not much. But is it an example to our taxpayers that we're not saying, you know what, all 7 are going to go for 4 days someplace every year, but that we're going to, as our staff has done in the past, limit their travel. So asking us to do nothing less than our staff has done. But that's where I am.
Mr. Mylan?
I would make this comment that Mr. Lopez and what you're saying, I can understand what Dr. Nguyen is saying, but as we grow together, speaking for myself, you learn, you grow materialistically, educationally, to learn from others. I see other folks, when I say other folks, other districts do it, not limit that, especially when you're new. Now, even if you're not say much new, it's let me just say that I don't think this is one of the places we need to cut back too much on. Was I've noticed all 7 individuals don't go anyway, so most times it's 5. So it's not like all 7 are going. Sometimes it might be 4, sometimes it might be 5, but I just feel this shouldn't be a way to cut back, because the ones that I've gone to, I think I've missed maybe 1, maybe 2, you know, with the CUBE and the National, that it has helped me tremendously on on this board. Not just to see how we do it in Kansas City, Kansas. I'm just gonna be frank, in District 500, but to see how Detroit does it, Decatur, Illinois, you know, Panama Beach, whatever city it might be. And that's where I'm at with that, and not take up a lot of time. I think the cutback might not be that much difference, make a big difference in that, but I just stand with that, saying that we don't always get 7 people, it's always maybe 6, I've noticed maybe 5 that go, so.
Yeah, and I appreciate that. And I think, I think in a landscape where education, public education in particular, is constantly under attack, and things continue to evolve as we look at, everyone talks about, well, what are we doing with AI and what's going on? How's AI impacting education? There's always some evolution of what public education looks like. And we encourage and challenge our students and staff to be lifelong learners. And I think, again, with public education on being attacked constantly right now, I feel like these are opportunities for us to be able to learn at these conferences in an environment where we can ask questions and learn from each other. It's a great opportunity for us to connect as well as a board for those that are able to attend, and learn about what's new, what's different, what's changing, what's coming down the pipe, and how we can better prepare for what's happening here in Kansas City, Kansas. So for me, those are some additional pieces, as Mr. Miley and Ms. Strickland-Egan's were sharing, that are important for me as well when I think about learning opportunities for us and for the board.
And I agree with all of you, but you act like travel is the only way you can learn. Webinars, seminars, technology is our friend sometimes. So I'm saying to the taxpayer, the optics of 5 of you all, 5 of us going to Vegas for 5 days, 4 days at the expense of the taxpayer and coming back doing what? I'm just saying, here's an opportunity to say 3. I mean, I didn't say 0, but it's an opportunity to show that we are also receptive to the people who pay the bills. And that, as I say, I'm not assuming anybody can pay for, that has $3,000, $4,000 hanging around. But it's an opportunity to say we're not going to spend $25,000 on travel. We're not going to spend, I don't know what would be the impact then of the registration, $60,000 on 2 conventions for each, excluding going to your state convention. It's optics, but to say the attack on public education, that the correlation, that's not what you're trying to state. I'm not even going to debate that. But we all know the attack on public education, and we all know there's opportunities to learn. One of the webinars had reading, I think, literacy as attendance. And when we talked about, just had a session with teachers that we could have easily, I think our last budget meeting, what came on our screen was that webinar about how literacy would increase would decrease absenteeism. There's an opportunity right there. And so it's just an opportunity, so.
Yeah, and for the just doing the math, the 60,000 is not all for conference registration.
I know that, it says right there.
I know, I was just explaining because I didn't want people to think that 60,000 is for conference registrations. The 60,000 includes 50,500 in membership dues to KESB, CUBE, NSBA, and Diligent. That leaves less than 10,000 for registrations for conferences.
But it's 10,000.
Yeah, I just want to make sure the public knew, since we had put that out there.
It would reduce it in the out-of-district travel line item. It would also reduce it out of the dues and fees. To what extent, we don't know, but still, it's It's an opportunity, folks, that we need to consider.
Any other thoughts on, or questions on the draft budget?
I'll throw out another. We need to reduce the consultant fee. Board retreats, we can handle some of our own retreats, and this 15,000 for outside consultant, I think we handled it for 5,000. There is some savings we can, there's an area that we can do some, see some savings, and it's there alone.
Outside consultant, which one is that at?
Do you have a comment as well?
Outside consultant, I'm trying to, oh, I see it, miscellaneous, I got it.
Miscellaneous
I have
consultant,
it.
yes.
He said outside, I looked for, I got it.
Would, and I'm just asking, not trying to insert myself, would it be helpful for those sessions that involve like the self-evaluation and some of those, if Ms. Downing gave you all the total cost, not like if it were others, you know, when we schedule the board retreat, so that you would have a better idea of what it is? Because I mean, for those parts, I don't know, I'm just asking.
I think that would be helpful, so we can see the cost of, hey, having KASB come in and do the board evaluation. What does that cost when we have that facilitator come to do those sessions? And it would help us have a stronger number of where we might be able to reduce that.
Like you, how much does that cost to have them come in to do that?
Yeah, I forget their hourly rate and what we use them for, but they come at least twice. The facilitator, they comes at least twice, one to help us administer the board self-eval, and then one to go over the results with the full board. So there's at least twice when they come, and then they do some other stuff while we have them there, but the goal setting, and so we can look at some of those specific pieces that might help us narrow down what that cost is. So Ms. Downing, if you wouldn't mind, if it's okay with the board, to have Ms. Downing share those specific dollar amounts that we've spent this year. And thank you.
Good discussion, good discussion.
Okay, so once we get that information, if there's some additional, again, nothing is being approved tonight on this, just open for discussion and feedback. So if other folks have questions, please send them to myself and Ms. Page, so we can review these.
Let me ask a final question. Is the membership to NSBA separate from CUBE or not?
Yeah, no, my understanding, that's a great question, Dr. Nguyen. Ms. Downing and I were reviewing that, and what we came as understanding is you can be a member of NSBA and not a member of CUBE, which is what we used to do. But you can be a member of CUBE, and that gets you membership for NSBA. So we are a member of CUBE, and by being a member of CUBE, we are also a member of NSBA. So we're not paying anything additional to NSBA. We're just paying the $11,000 for the CUBE the CUBE membership.
That's CUBE. That's what it says right there, sorry.
And they'll correct us if we're wrong, but that's what we came to understand. And Ms. Downing reached out to NSBA and CUBE specifically, and that's what we were informed.
It helps understanding, yeah, good question.
Mr. Lopez?
Yes, Ms. Clark.
I just want to add, and I know right now we're info gathering, but I do want us as a board to take in consideration as we're info gathering. I know we've talked about training and having different people come. I can tell you in my time on this board, we've been able to accomplish more in our retreats than we had in the very beginning. And one of the things that kept coming up is that we just, as a board, just kept going in circles. And I think we've been able to minimize the amount of times we've gone in circles by having other people there. So as we're talking through the expenses, that will be my filter as well.
Thank you, Ms. Clark.
And Mr. Lopez, I think we can find someone local who can do what they can do at a reasonable price. I think we can find, some people here can do what KSB does without having to pay so much money.
Yeah, and I think one thing that would be helpful is if we know we're all plugged into different networks, if we can share some of those with Dr. Stubblefield, because I think that's where we may run into is unsure of which direction to go. I think that's a great suggestion, and anytime we can find somebody local, I think can be helpful. There are pros and cons, obviously, to that as well, but I think if as a board, if we can share some of those potential facilitators or strategic planning folks or whatever that looks like to Dr. Stubblefield, we can then, she can help us figure out what those costs might be. Okay. Any additional comments on the budget? All right. If not, we're going to continue on. Next, we'll hear from Dr. Stubblefield.
Just one second, my computer closed, and I need to pull up my announcements. And of course, so it's been a few meetings since I've shared some announcements, but with it being the end of the school year, I think it's important just for a few reminders. The summer learning program will begin June 1st. I want to thank all of our educators, staff, parents, and students for a successful 25-26 school year. We had a late start with summer school getting started just due to the uncertainty in funding, but we began to advertise as soon as we were aware. We have had, I believe, around 2,000 students to at least say that they're going to attend. K-8 will start June 1st, and high school is for credit recovery just because there's no funding tied to it, so we currently limited to credit recovery. But K-8, there are spaces still available. I don't know when it actually closes. Transportation is probably telling me to stop saying that, but there are still spaces available. You can reach out and ask questions. Again, the summer school program will run from June 1st through the 24th with no summer learning on Tuesday. That's not accurate. We'll come back to that. We don't know what's happening with the World Cup, so we'll have to make a decision about June 16th once we know what traffic will look like. Also regarding summer hours will begin Monday, June 1st and go through July 24th. Staff, if you're listening, I made a mistake during my huddle and said July 31st, but it actually ends on July 24th. That means that the district office will be closed to the public on Fridays, and that most staff will be doing 10-hour days, but the actual access to the public, please follow our website and we'll provide that information. Also, during the summer lunches will start June 1st. We will be offering free summer meals for students at several KCKPS locations and community partner sites throughout the summer. The community partner sites are Parkwood Pool, Eisenhower Community Center, and Beatrice Lee Community Center. Breakfast runs from 8 to 9 and at the Eisenhower Community Center and the Beatrice Lee Community Center, and lunches from 11:30 to 1 at all three locations. There's no service on June 19th and July 3rd, just because of the observation of Juneteenth and the 4th of July. No application is required, and anyone who's between the ages of 0 to 18 can receive a meal at any of those locations. Also, I just want to give a shout out to a couple of schools. 4th and 5th grade students at Clyde Hike Elementary performed the Star Spangled Banner at Kauffman Stadium before the Kansas City Royals game on May 19th. After being selected through a competitive audition process, And following months of rehearsals, the students deliver an outstanding performance in front of thousands of fans. Students at Central Middle School earned top honors at this year's Institute for Shaping the Built Environment Project Competition, winning awards in landscape design and floor plans. Their strong finishes showcase creativity, teamwork, and attention to detail while helping inspire interest in trade careers. I want to congratulate both the Clyde Hike and Central Middle School students. And finally, several of you know I was out last week and I had some time to just be still and be reflective. And I just want to share the following with our families, our staff, students, and community members. Kansas City, Kansas Public Schools remain committed to creating learning environments where students feel safe, supported, respected, and prepared for success. As a district, we understand that community conversations about our schools often come from a place of passion, concern, and a shared desire to see students thrive. We value those conversations and believe they are most productive when grounded in collaboration, understanding, and a collective commitment to continuous improvement. KCK proudly serves one of the most diverse student populations in the state of Kansas. Our schools are home to students and families representing many cultures, language, backgrounds, and experiences. That diversity is one of our greatest strengths, and we remain committed to supporting all students and families with dignity, care, and respect. Student safety and well-being continue to be priorities across our district. Bullying, harassment, and discrimination are taken seriously, and the district has established reporting procedures and support system in place for students, families, and staff. When concerns are brought forward, school and district leaders review and address them appropriately. In situations where concerns are shared without specific information, principal and school teams continue communicating with students and families about available reporting pathways and support resources to ensure students know where to turn for help. This year, like many districts across the country, KCKPS has faced challenges related to a myriad of things. We recognize there's still important work ahead. While we are not perfect, we are committed to learning, growing, and getting better every day in service of all of our students in the community. At the same time, there is much to celebrate across KCKPS. Students throughout the district are earning scholarships, completing certifications, participating in college and career pathways, excelling in athletics and in the arts, and demonstrating resilience and growth every day. Our teachers, support staff, administrators, and school teams continue to work tirelessly to provide opportunities and support for students despite increasingly complex demands placed on public education. We are proud of the positive progress happening through the district. As superintendent, I recognize that communication, accountability, and transparency are important parts of public education. I'm committed to continuing to improve in these areas and to working with our staff, families, and community to build a common understanding of what those values look like in practice across our district. School systems must often make difficult decisions related to operations, personnel, student needs, and district priorities. While those decisions are not always easy, they are made with thoughtful consideration with the goal of supporting students, strengthening our schools, and moving the district forward in a positive direction. Strong schools are built through trust, partnership, and shared responsibility. We welcome community involvement that is focused on collaboration, constructive dialogue, and solutions that help move us forward. Our students benefit most when adults model integrity, compassion, respect, and a willingness to work together even during challenging moments. KCKPS remains focused on what matters most, supporting students, strengthening schools, and continuing the work of building a brighter future for our community. Thank you to our families, staff, students, and community partners for your continued support, dedication, and belief in the potential of Kansas City, Kansas Public Schools. Together we are stronger, and I just wanted to share that as we close out the school year.
Thank you, Dr. Stubblefield. That was great. Appreciate that. I just, again, want to say congratulations to all of our graduates and scholars and all their families. It was great to be at all the graduations. Thank you to all the staff who really helped put that together. It was an amazing time, and you all did a great job to make sure that the families felt special, and those scholars felt special. So congratulations to all, and hopefully all of our students and staff have an excellent summer. So with that, I'll open it up if there are other folks who want to share. Mr. Milan?
Just to tag on what you're saying, the graduation was handled very well by Dr. Lacero's staff, and they handled all of them with their own responsibilities that they endured. It was smooth, it was expedient, had a good flow, and they were very well prepared. You had fans if you got too warm. The umbrellas popped out when we had 2 or 3 sprinkles, and it was just well. Everything was in order. So y'all did it again. Y'all did it very well. So we can't say that enough to the staff, and everybody was timely, and they handled their responsibilities well. So the numbers of students that we had, and it was a big plus. That's all I have.
That's great. Thank you, Mr. Milan.
I too wanted to say congratulations to all of our graduates, and it was a blessing to be able to see the students walk across the stage. That just reminds us of why we're here and our goals for being a part of the school board. But I also wanted to extend to our teachers a happy summer break, just personally for them, just to make sure you rest, you re-engage in something that you're passionate about outside of school, and then do some reading, whether that's on the beach or in your hammock. I'm just encouraging you to do that so you come back rejuvenated in August. And then also I wanted to invite everyone here to a mental health forum as we were talking about the well-being of one another. It reminded me that on Saturday, May the 30th, from 9 to noon, right here in this building, the Metropolitan Leadership Institute is hosting a mental health forum. It will have interactive workshops, not a brunch, I shouldn't say that, whatever it is, continental breakfast, yes, right, where you have a little bit of food, not a lot. And then panel discussion and resources, and it is free, and it is for families. That's Saturday, 9 to noon.
Thank you so much, Mr. Strickland-Egans.
I'll
Dr.
just
Wynn
say
and Ms.
again,
Page.
congratulations to all the graduates. Everyone's ready for the semester to end. And happy summer short summer as it may be, to the faculty and staff. But we are always ready. I agree with Ms. Strickland-Egans. Some of the graduates were actually crying to let you know how pleased they were that they made it. And I think we take that for granted sometimes. So congratulations to them, and congratulations to the faculty and staff.
That's right.
Thank you, Dr. Wynn. Ms. Brownlee-Page.
Thank you. I, too, would like to extend the graduation to our graduates, whether you're going from kindergarten to first grade, elementary, middle school to high school, our staff for an excellent job that they did, for our parents and community who stood behind our children. But we still have work to do. I would encourage all of us, because already we've lost 4 or 5 kids, that whether it's your church, your sorority, your fraternity, any group that you can join, please join. And we got to help these kids. They need role models. They need to see people who care, and we need to get behind them, encourage them to read, encourage them to write, talk to them about how you treat each other, and so forth. They need to see all of us trying to do something to make this better, and we can. It just takes time. It's not going to turn around in one day, but if we all reach out and try to help somebody, just a kind word sometimes. I'd like to go to the movies, and I've met a crew that we watched the movies. I had to get on them about some things. But then once I stood up for them because they got in trouble, and I said, I'll sit here with them, we'll watch the movie, they're going to stop, and we had a good time. So those are my little movie partners. So we just meet up and whatever. Some stuff I had to take a deep breath on, but I'm learning. But I want them to be able to go and do the right thing. So please, whatever you can do, whatever group you can work with, help somebody. And then parents, if you don't know, call up here, find out where summer school is. And I wish we could open the meals up somewhere on the Argentine and Rosedale side. So I don't know how that works, because we got it on this side, but we need to figure out how do we get meals over there if they can't get to these sites. So just throwing that out, that maybe we could find one that could help them as well.
That's great. Thank you, Ms. Brownlee Page. Okay. All right. Thank you, Board. With that, I'd entertain a motion to recess to executive session to discuss teacher negotiations pursuant to the exemption for employer-employee negotiations under the Kansas Open Meetings Act for Mr. Goheen.
7 minutes.
He
says 10.
For 10 minutes, starting at 8:50, to include Dr. Stubblefield, Mr. Goheen, Dr. Pegram, Dr. Jones. And that's it. Is there a motion to do so?
So move.
I second.
Moved and seconded. Ms. Downing?
Wanda Brownlee Page.
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Yolanda Clark.
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Randy Lopez.
Randy, yes.
Robert Mylan Jr.
Robert Mylan Jr., yes.
Pamela Penn Hicks.
Pamela Penn Hicks, yes.
Joycelyn Strickland Egan's.
Joycelyn Strickland Egan's, yes.
And Dr. Nguyen.
Doing yes.
Thank you.
Okay, staff, you're free to go.
back in.
A motion to return to open session, please.
Okay.
Is there a motion to return to open session?
So moved.
Moved. Is there a second? Seconded by Ms. Penn Hicks. Thank you. Moved by Ms. Clark, seconded by Ms. Penn Hicks.
Thank you.
Ms. Downing.
Wanda Brownlee Page.
Yes.
Yolanda Clark.
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Randy Lopez.
Randy, yes.
Robert Mylan Jr. Pamela Penn Hicks.
Come back to her.
Pamela Penn Hicks.
Yes.
Joycelyn Strickland Egan's.
Joycelyn Strickland Egan's, yes.
Dr. Nguyen.
All right. Motion to recess to executive session for consultation with the attorney on matters which would be deemed privileged in the attorney-client relationship under COMA for 6 minutes to include Dr. Stubblefield, Mr. Goheen, and Dr. Jones, going in at 9:07.
This is because
Is there a motion to do so?
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Clark, seconded by Ms. Brownlee Page. Ms. Downing.
Wanda Brownlee Page.
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Yolanda Clark.
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Randy Lopez.
Randy, yes.
Robert Mylan Jr. Pamela Penn Hicks.
Pamela Penn Hicks, yes.
Joycelyn Strickland Egan's.
Joycelyn Strickland Egan's, yes.
And Dr. Nguyen.
Thank you. Okay, is there a motion to return to open session, please? Moved by Ms. Brownlee Page, seconded by Mr. Mylan. Ms. Downing?
Wanda Brownlee Page.
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Yolanda Clark.
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Randy Lopez.
Randy Lopez, yes.
Robert Mylan Jr.
Yes.
Pamela Penn Hicks.
Pamela Penn Hicks, yes.
Joycelyn Strickland Egan's.
Joycelyn Strickland Eagles, yes.
And Dr. Nguyen.
Yes.
All right, is there a motion to recess to executive session to discuss matters of non-elected personnel in order to protect the privacy interests of the parties involved under coma for 10 minutes to include Dr. Stubblefield, Mr. Goheen, Dr. Jones, going in at 9:17? Is there a motion? Is there a motion to do so?
Yes, I moved that.
Ms. Strickland Egan's moved. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Clark. All right, Ms. Downing.
Wanda Brownlee Page.
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Yolanda Clark.
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Randy Lopez.
Randy, yes?
Robert Mylan Jr. Pamela Penn Hicks.
Pamela Penn Hicks, yes.
Joycelyn Strickland Egan's.
Joycelyn Strickland Eagles, yes.
And Dr. Nguyen.
Thank you. All right, motion to return to open session, please. Is there a motion to return to open session? Moved by Ms. Brownlee Page, seconded by Mr. Mylan. Ms. Downing.
Wanda Brownlee Page. Yolanda Clark.
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Randy Lopez.
Randy, yes.
Robert Mylan Jr. Pamela Penn Hicks. Joycelyn Strickland Egan's.
Joycelyn Strickland Egan's, yes.
Dr. Nguyen.
All right, motion to recess to executive session for consultation with the attorney on matters which would be deemed privileged in the attorney-client relationship under COMA for 5 minutes, going in at 9:29, to include Dr. Stubblefield and Mr. Goheen. Is there a motion?
I move that we.
Moved by Ms. Strickland Egan's. Is there a second? Seconded by Dr. Nguyen. Ms. Downing.
Wanda Brownlee Page.
Wanda Brown Page, yes.
Yolanda Clark.
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Randy Lopez.
Randy, yes.
Robert Mylan Jr. Pamela Penn Hicks.
She said yes.
Okay. Joycelyn Strickland Egan's.
Joycelyn Strickland Egan's, yes.
Dr. Nguyen.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Motion to return to open session, please.
I move that we return to open session.
I second.
Moved and seconded. Ms. Downing.
Wanda Brownlee Page.
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Randy Lopez.
Randy, yes.
Robert Mylan Jr.
Marlon Jr., yes.
Pamela Penn Hicks.
Pamela Penn Hicks, yes.
Joycelyn Strickland Egan's.
Joycelyn Strickland Egan's, yes.
And Dr. Nguyen.
Dr. Nguyen, yes.
All right, thank you, everybody. Again, reminder, we do have a budget meeting on Monday. It's a calendar invitation, it's in person here. If you can't join in person, we'll have a virtual option for you. But with that, see you next week. Have a good rest of your week.
You
Oh,
said a meeting Monday?
June 1st.
Oh,
That's June
okay.
1st, yep. All right. Have a good evening. Meeting adjourned.
I kind of got a little confused.
Wanda, I see you learn.